demuestra que el ofensor ha completado voices y manejo de ira. Permanece en lista de espera para referido de educación vocacional y trabajo de 5 a 7 días. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor cae dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Bueno, yo sé que cuando salga nada más quiero cuidar a mi familia, a mi madre que ahora mismo está enferma. Sinceramente no tengo mucho que decir porque nada más, vuelvo y repito, uno se arrepiente de las cosas que haya sucedido y especialmente de los accidentes, porque no fue que quise lastimar a ninguna persona y mucho menos a muerte. Eso no está en mis principios, a mí no me educaron así.
Un momento, por favor.
Sí, disculpe.
I know that once I am released, I want to take care of my mom. She is ill. I do not have much to say, only that I regret what happened. It was an accident. I was not trying to harm anyone. Continúe.
Sí, disculpe. Yo ahora mismo estoy trabajando. Cuando salga, yo estoy deshabilitado, o sea, cuando salga yo voy a hacer como hacía antes, era voluntario. Y bueno, sinceramente, Dios mío, no sé ni qué expresar. Yo nada más quisiera salir para estar con mi familia, solo es lo que deseo. Salir de aquí y echar para adelante, vuelvo y le repito, nada más.
Once I am working right now and once I am released, I want to keep doing what I was doing. I am disabled and I am planning on doing the same, that it was doing volunteer work. I do not know what else to say. I just know that I want to be released and keep moving forward so I can be with my family again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia. We will be asking you some questions this morning, and at the end of our questioning, we will deliberate and give you our decision about parole.
Gracias, señor Sánchez-Valencia. Vamos a tomar turnos haciéndole preguntas en el día de hoy. Luego de esto, vamos a deliberar en cuanto a la decisión de su libertad condicional.
Panel member Chance will begin with questions this morning.
Hello again, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia. So this was a very, very serious crime that occurred. And you indicated that you just punched and kicked him. And then you thought he was knocked out, so you left. How long or how much punch and kick did you give him before you left the scene?
Mr. Sánchez-Valencia, esto fue un crimen muy serio, esto que ocurrió. Usted indicó que usted le dio puños y patadas a la víctima, pero que usted pensó que simplemente había perdido la conciencia y usted se fue. ¿Cuánto fue que usted golpeó a esta víctima, que usted le dio puños y patadas antes de que usted se fuera?
Yo nada más le di fue un puño y una patada y fue porque vi que él iba a atacar a su esposa, bueno, a su novia, y la defendí. Eso fue lo único que yo hice, un puño y una patada, y lo dejé y me llevé a la muchacha.
It was only one punch and one kick, and it was because he was about to attack his girlfriend and I was trying to defend her.
How could one punch and one kick kill someone, Mr. Valencia?
¿Cómo es posible que solamente un puño y una patada le quite la vida a una persona, señor Valencia?
Eso es lo mismo que yo me pregunto, señorita, porque si yo me fui, a mí me enseñaron el video en la corte de que él estaba sangrando. Yo cuando defendí a la muchacha no estaba sangrando. Entonces, si alguien más vino y le hizo un daño, ese no fui yo. A mí me hicieron el ADN en la corte y salí negativo.
That's what I'm trying to ask myself. They showed me the video in court and he was bleeding. When I left, he was not bleeding. They did a DNA testing and it didn't match.
Who else was there with you besides yourself, the victim, and the young woman who you thought he was going to beat up?
¿Quién más estaba ahí con usted aparte de su persona, la víctima, y esta persona, esta persona que usted pensó que le iban a hacer daño?
Nada más era yo y ella. Si alguien más salió de los apartamentos para escuchar algo, no sé. Sinceramente no sé, porque eso fue en el building donde vivíamos. Yo vivía en el 7º piso, en el 4º piso, disculpe, y él en el 3º. Sinceramente no sé. Yo nada más me llevé a la muchacha que conozco a los familiares, a la mamá, y me la llevé para conmigo para donde la madre. No sé sinceramente quién habrá sido.
Usted me dice que se fue con ella.
Yo la llevé a ella y le dije, vete, donde tu madre. Eso fue lo único que le dije, vete, vámonos. Pero ella estaba toda nerviosa. Y yo le dije, mira, tú no puedes caminar así donde tu mamá. Si quieres te acompaño. Porque la mamá vivía en el 9º piso.
Un momento. It was only me and her. But maybe someone else came out of the apartment because they heard something. I used to live on the 4th floor and he used to live on the 3rd floor. Then I left with her. I just told her, let's go. She was very nervous and I took her to her mother's apartment.
Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, did you know if the victim had problems with other people in the apartment complex for you to make that statement?
Mr. Valencia, ¿usted sabe si la víctima tenía problemas con alguna otra persona en el complejo de apartamentos para usted pensar esto?
Bueno, según yo escuchaba, yo no salía mucho en mi apartamento para hacer relaciones con los vecinos. Yo siempre estaba con mi madre o en el OIC o en el centro de la comunidad. Y de que yo sepa, a mí me habían dicho que él estaba en malos pasos. No sé si alguien entró a ese building que lo estaría buscando por problemas de negocio. Lo hayan visto así. Sinceramente no sé, yo no lo conocía mucho a él. No teníamos buenas comunicaciones. No sé.
I didn't used to go out like that in the complex building to talk to any of the neighbors. But I know that some people said that he was involved in some wrongdoings. I really didn't know him like that.
So, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, we're specifically talking about the encounter that you and the young lady had with the victim who died. So, saying that maybe someone else came out of another apartment, I don't see, if you don't know anyone there, how you could have indicated that.
Mr. Valencia, estoy específicamente hablando de este encuentro entre usted y esta fémina. Y usted dice que si no conocía mucho a sus vecinos y a las personas del apartamento, ¿cómo usted puede entonces decir que alguien más pudo haber salido?
No, yo estoy diciendo es que si él tenía problemas con otras personas, porque yo no tenía mucha relación con él. Yo lo conocí a él por la novia, que a ella y a la madre yo los ayudé cuando llegaron a New London. Le di la puerta en mi casa cuando yo vivía con mi ex esposa. Si alguien más, eso como repito, no creo que me interpreten. Si alguien más tenía problemas con otras personas, no sé, como le vuelvo y le repito, no sería posible yo explicarle correctamente, porque yo no conozco muchas personas ahí, yo como que el building donde vivía no son de personas deshabilitadas. A los pocos personas que yo conocía ahí eran personas que iban al OIC a jugar bingo o a compartir con otros unas reuniones.
De momento, por favor. I just don't want to be misunderstood. All I'm saying is that I didn't know him very well, and I don't know if he had problems with somebody else or not. I didn't know many people of the building, just a few people that used to go there just to play bingo and things like that.
Muchas personas.
So, you pled the Alfred Doctrine plea. What is it that you did not agree with?
Usted se declaró bajo la doctrina de Alfred cuando se declaró culpable. ¿En qué es que usted no está de acuerdo con esto?
Yo estuve peleando desde 2016 al 2018 mi caso. Hasta me tomaron fotos en la cuartel de policía y el detective hasta él me dijo, me revisó los brazos, me dijo, tú no has peleado con nadie. Y yo, mire, yo nada más tuve un puño y una patada. El mismo detective me dijo, consíguete un buen abogado en este caso. Eso es lo único que te recomiendo. Y supuestamente me dijeron que él quedó en coma. Y la familia le desconectó la máquina.
Un momento, por favor. I was fighting my case from 2016 to 2018. They took me to the police department and they took pictures of myself, and even the detective said that I didn't fight with anyone. He advised me to get a good lawyer, and I was told that the victim was in a coma, and then the family ended up removing the machines.
But you did admit that you kicked the victim in his face. Is that correct?
Pero usted sí admitió que usted llegó a patear a la víctima en la cara, ¿es esto correcto?
Yo no dije en la cara, yo le pegué un puño en la cara y lo pateé en el pecho. No en la cara, no fue en la
I
cara.
punched him in the face and I kicked him on the chest.
No.
So today you're not taking any responsibility. You don't think you did anything that would have caused the victim's death.
So, en el día de hoy usted no está tomando responsabilidad que usted hizo algo que hubiese causado la muerte de la víctima.
Sinceramente no siento que yo haya hecho eso, porque un puño y una patada no le causa la muerte a una persona, al menos que sea una persona deshabilitada, que tenga problemas con la cabeza, no sé. Pero de matar a una persona, un puño y una patada, no lo creo. Pues me echaron la culpa. Me dijeron a mí que era culpable. ¿Yo qué puedo hacer? No puedo pelear contra la ley. La ley, no sé. 8 años aquí preso.
To be sincerely, to be honest, I do not feel that I did that. One punch and one kick is not gonna cause anyone to pass away, unless they are disabled or have any other type of problems. They said that I was guilty and I cannot fight against the law.
You took the Voices program
Yes.
about 3.5 years ago. Do you remember what you learned in the Voices program?
Usted tomó el programa Voices 3 años y medio atrás. ¿Usted se acuerda que aprendió en el programa de Voices?
Sí, bueno, para mí los sufrimientos de la familia, que por lo que sucedió con sus hijos, con su primo que falleció, eso es algo fuerte, un dolor muy fuerte para un ser querido. Eso es igual, yo también he tenido familiares estando aquí presos que han fallecido y hasta el sol de hoy no lo supero. Me imagino que los familiares tampoco lo deben de haber superado. Tal vez tengan un programa con un psicólogo para hablar de eso. Eso es un dolor muy fuerte, sinceramente, perder a un familiar.
I was able to learn about the suffering of the family after what happened, of the children, the cousins. It is a lot of pain and suffering. I have lost family members myself, and it's too hard for me to overcome this situation. So I believe that they must be going through the same. It's going to be very hard, and maybe they will have to they will have to go see a psychologist or something like that.
You also participated in the anger management program. Did you find it helpful?
Usted también participó en el programa de manejo de ira. ¿Usted lo encontró que le ayudó? ¿Beneficioso?
Sí, es beneficioso porque te ayudan a controlar tu temperamento, a no ser una persona violenta. Sinceramente me ha ayudado mucho, pero aquí adentro en la cárcel, si ven a una persona que no es de la calle, nada más con el caminar lo reconocen. Eso es lo que he aprendido aquí también en la cárcel. Saben que una persona es tranquila, abusan de ella. Hay mucho bullying aquí y te quieren robar a veces las propiedades. Y no es que uno quiera pelear, pero uno se tiene que defender, porque si no, lo cogen de tonto y le roban todo lo que pueda, hasta la comida. Tú lo tienes que defender.
Yes, it was very helpful. It helps you control your temper and not to be violent. It was very helpful, but here in prison, people here know when you're not a person from the streets, when you're a quiet person, and they know. And there is a lot of bullying. If you're quiet, they try to steal your things. So it is very difficult. You have to defend yourself.
Can you give me an example of a situation where someone wants to fight with you, and because you know what can happen, what would you do?
¿Me podría dar un ejemplo de alguna situación donde alguna persona quiera pelear con usted, pero como usted sabe las consecuencias de esto, usted sabe qué hacer? ¿Me podría dar un ejemplo?
Sí, a mí me enseñaron que para discutir se necesitan dos personas. Cuando yo veo que alguien quiere causar un problema, yo lo que hago, camino por otro sitio. Y o si no, me encierro en mi celda. Pero vuelvo y repito, aquí cuando saben que una persona, piensan ellos que uno es débil, aunque te encierres en la celda tuya, en la celda se meten y pelean. Y una vez se lo dijo un capitán aquí, ustedes saben lo que sucede en el hallway, pero no saben lo que sucede adentro del bloque, en la celda de uno. Se aprovechan y se meten en la celda y pelean con uno. Yo puedo evitar caminar por otro sitio, pero cuando estamos en el mismo área, en el mismo bloque, es muy difícil.
Yes, for me, for you to get into an argument or to get into a fight, you need two people. And I just try to walk away and just go back to my cell. But they know if you are weak, and they even get into your cell. Sometimes they do not know what happens once you go inside your block. It is difficult.
Okay, so I was referring to when you are back in the community.
Me refiero cuando usted regresa fuera de la comunidad.
Cuando regresa a la comunidad, como vuelvo y le digo, hacer lo mismo que yo hacía. Yo no soy un muchacho de problemas. Esta es mi primera vez y espero que sea la última, porque eso sucedió por defender a una persona. Y ya he aprendido que, como dicen aquí estos presos, mind your business, que dicen así eso, ¿no? yo, si veo algo así que sucede de nuevo, iba a seguir caminando. Por más que me sienta incómodo porque tengo golpeando una mujer, eso no se ve bien que estén golpeando un hombre o una mujer. Yo seguiría caminando para no estar en esta posición que estoy ahora mismo. Yo sigo caminando. Y hacer con mi familia, cuidar a mis familiares, como siempre he hecho.
Once I am back in the community, I will keep doing the same thing that I was doing before. This is my first time in prison. I am not a person who likes trouble. I was defending a female. And even if it makes me uncomfortable because I do not think that a male should be harming a female, I will just walk away.
Just one last question, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia. Was it the young lady, or did you take it upon yourself to defend her with the victim? Whose idea was it?
Última pregunta, señor Valencia. ¿Esto lo hizo usted o fue esta fémina y usted se echó la culpa para defenderla? ¿Quién fue?
No, vuelvo y le repito, señorita, yo nada más salí de mi apartamento, ellos estaban discutiendo en el piso mío, que me sorprendió. ¿Qué hacían ahí? Yo salí de mi apartamento y vi que él la iba a golpear. Yo le aguanté el brazo, le di un puño y una patada. Más nada. Yo no sé, sinceramente, cuál fue la causa del problema que ellos tuvieron. No sé, pero vuelvo y le repito, a mí no me gusta que toquen a una mujer. Eso a mí no me lo enseñaron. Uno no hace lo que no le gusta que le hagan a uno. A mí no me gustaría que un hombre tocara a una hermana mía o a mi madre o a una hija mía. De eso, nada más quise defenderla. No fue que quise matar a ese muchacho. Ahora mismo vuelvo y le repito, yo sé que los familiares están sufriendo por la pérdida de él. No fue mi intención.
I just got out of my apartment because I heard that there was an argument between them on my floor. He was about to hit her and I stopped him. I was only one punch and one kick. And I did it because I didn't grow up like that. I do not like men hitting women. I wouldn't like for someone to hit my daughter or any female. And again, it was just only one punch and one kick, and I was just trying to defend her.
Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, how do you account for the 9 disciplinary reports that you received? Okay, where you were fighting with another inmate. This was just June 2024. September of 23, you assaulted another inmate by punching him on the side of his head. 9 September 2022, you assaulted another inmate while waiting in the medication line.
Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, ¿me puede explicar los 9 reportes de disciplina que usted tiene donde usted ha agredido a otras personas? El más reciente, en junio del 2024, también tiene uno en septiembre del 2023, donde usted agredió a otro confinado, dándole un puño en el lado de la cara. También tiene otro en el año 2022, donde usted agredió a otro confinado que mientras estaba esperando por medicación.
Vuelvo y le repito, como se lo dije al capitán, el 22, el ataque ese fue porque estábamos en el mismo bloque él y yo, siempre molestándome, como le digo, el bullying. Y en Medline, él también seguía con lo mismo al frente de todos los demás presos, querer poner a uno bajo, como quien dice que yo soy débil, al frente de todos los demás presos de los demás bloques. Lo que ahí me cansé, eso lo dije a él, ¿cuál es el relajo tuyo? Al frente de todos los demás presos ahora quieres reducirte, quieres hacerte el fuerte. Por eso fue que tuve la pelea con él. A él fue verbalmente que él me estaba atacando. He tenido comportamientos con él anteriormente, no solamente esta vez. Como se lo dije al capitán, uno pelea dentro del bloque y ni los hijos saben lo que sucede.
I want to repeat again, I told the captain, the DR on 2022, it was with a guy from the same block. He was bullying me all the time, and he was always talking bad about me. He was saying that I was weak, and I got tired. I told him, what is wrong with you? He was always verbally assaulting me, and that's what happened. It was not the first time. He was doing it for quite a while.
Now, all these, the last 5 tickets that you received, it was after you completed the anger management. And one of your DRs, the one on June 4th, 2024, you had a lock that you put in a sock. That's what they found. Now, what were you going to do with that?
Sanchez-Valencia, estos últimos 5 reportes de disciplina que usted recibió fueron luego de haber completado el programa de manejo de ira. Y el último reporte de disciplina que usted tuvo el 4 de junio de 2024, usted tenía un tipo de candado adentro de una media. ¿Qué usted pensaba hacer con esto?
Con eso, señorita, él me robó mi televisión. Le dije, ¿cómo uno se puede defender aquí en la cárcel cuando te tratan de robar una propiedad y más que una usa y que ha comprado? A mí me dijeron, cuando él me robó mi televisión y salió del área mía, me dijeron, él está allá afuera esperándote con unas láser para golpearte.
¿Con qué, discúlpame? ¿Con qué lo estaba esperando?
Con unos láser también, con unos candados. Me dijeron así, oye, ten cuidado que te están esperando ese tipo con unos candados en la mano para pegarte. Y yo cogí los míos también. Yo no me voy a dejar que me lastimen. Yo tengo problemas con la cabeza también, sufro epilepsia. A mí me golpean en la cabeza alguien con algo así. Yo voy a perder la vida. Eso fue lo primero, mi reacción que yo tomé. Cuando se robó mi televisión, yo fui a buscarla, pero ellos me dijeron eso, te está esperando con unos candados.
One moment. What happened with that DR is he stole my TV, and I needed to defend myself. I went back to get my TV back, and someone told me that he was waiting for me with a lock and that he was going to assault me with it. And I am epileptic. If someone wants to hit me with that in my head or something, I will end up losing my life. That's the reason that I did it. I grabbed the lock and I was trying to defend myself.
So I'm going to tell you what my concern is, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia. So the assault on September 27, 2023, you closed your fist and hit the inmate on the side of his head. Okay? On June 4th, 2024, when you were fighting, you did another closed fist and hit the inmate in his face. Do you see a repeat of what happened in the community that you're continuing to do while you're incarcerated?
Mr. Valencia, mi preocupación es que en esta agresión, desde el 27 de septiembre del 2023, usted cerró su puño y usted golpeó al confinado en el lado de la cabeza. En junio del 2024, cuando se involucró en esta pelea, también cerró su puño y golpeó al confinado en la cara. ¿Usted acaso no ve una repetición de lo mismo que sucedió cuando usted estaba fuera de la comunidad?
No, afuera de la comunidad, vuelvo y le repito, yo nunca he tenido ningún problema con nadie. Yo siempre he trabajado para mi casa. Yo tenía 2 trabajos. Visitaba a mi madre para saber cómo ella estaba. Preguntaba por mis hermanos, mis hijos. Y yo nunca he tenido ninguna clase de enfrentamiento así. Y si lo he tenido, yo camino por otro lado de la calle. Eso es lo que yo me explico. No comparen la calle con la cárcel. Es muy distinto. Uno, para evitar, si sabe que tiene un problema con un vecino que vive por otra calle, uno busca otro sitio por donde caminar para no enfrentar a esa persona. Aquí en la cárcel no. Y la pelea que yo tuve en el 2023, yo evité hasta los mismos CEOs ahora que estoy trabajando de nuevo en la factoría. Ellos mismos me dijeron...
momento, señor Valencia, por favor.
Disculpe, señorita.
No, it's not the same. Outside in the community, if you have any problems, you just walk away. When I was outside in the community, I had 2 jobs. I used to just visit my mom, my children. I never had any problem with anyone before. So please do not compare the community being outside where you can just walk away to the environment here in prison.
No.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez, I expressed what my concerns are. And the fact that the assault during your incarceration is similar to what happened to the victim who died.
Señor Valencia, yo solamente expresé mi preocupación acerca de la agresión que sucedió en la prisión. Es similar a la que sucedió con la víctima.
En el 2023, eso sucedió y los CEOs vieron el video que él me estaba agrediendo. Y esta no es la primera vez, vuelvo y repito. Siempre, no sé cuál es la suerte que tengo yo, que me busco personas así. Esta no es la primera vez y los CEOs vieron que fue que yo me levanté de mi máquina, le hablé con el supervisor, me puso a trabajar en otra máquina y él vino y me siguió para la máquina a seguir diciendo estupideces. Y ahí fue donde lo agradí, porque él estaba frente de todos los demás trabajadores diciéndome cosas. Y yo me cansé. Esta no es la primera vez que sucedió eso. Los mismos CEOs vieron el video.
In 2023, the CEOs, they watched the video and he was the one assaulting me. I do not know what is my bad luck that I always end up getting people like that around me. He followed me, I was at work, and he was saying all these things in front of the other workers.
Okay, well, thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia. And I'm all set.
Gracias por contestar mis preguntas, señor Sánchez-Valencia. Sería todo de mi parte.
And I'm Sharon.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
Muchas gracias.
So my colleague asked the majority of my questions in her thorough review of that. I have one, and that is, in your opening statement, you expressed regret. But when you were before the court for sentencing, you did not express remorse, but allowed your lawyer to make a statement on your behalf. Why didn't you take the opportunity to express your feelings at court?
Mi compañera hizo casi todas las preguntas. Yo solamente tengo una para usted. En sus comentarios de apertura en el día de hoy, usted mostró sentir remordimiento por lo que pasó, pero sin embargo, cuando usted estaba siendo sentenciado en la corte, usted no expresó remordimiento, sino que su abogado fue quien habló por usted. ¿Por qué usted no utilizó este momento en la corte para expresar su remordimiento?
En la corte yo hablé con mi abogado. Si él no dijo lo que yo le dije a él, no sé por qué él no lo hizo. Y como vuelvo y le repito a él, le repetí a él, yo tengo testigos de algo porque las personas que testificaron contra mía mintieron mucho, diciendo que yo estuve bebiendo desde temprano en la mañana. Y eso es embuste. Yo no soy alcohólico. Y yo se lo expliqué a mi abogado, ¿por qué no usa eso también a mi favor? Y a las horas que ellos dicen que yo estaba bebiendo desde temprano en la mañana, esa es mentira. Yo estaba en el casino con mi madre, mi tía y otras amistades que les gusta jugar bingo. Eso es embuste. Y yo se lo dije a mi abogado.
During the court, I spoke to my lawyer. I do not know if he said what I told him to say. Some of the witnesses that spoke in court against me, they lied about the fact that they said that I was drinking in the morning. I am not an alcoholic person. That day, when they said that I was drinking in the morning, I was at the casino with my mother.
No.
Okay. So, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, we are all done with our questions this morning, and we are now going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. So you can listen. We ask that you not interrupt.
Esas eran todas las preguntas, señor Sánchez-Valencia. Ahora vamos a pasar con la Oficina de Servicios a la Víctima. Usted puede escuchar, pero no puede interrumpir.
Good morning, board members. I do have the victim's family member via Teams. This is your opportunity to unmute and to express to the board your wishes and your concerns. I am to remind you that you are to address the board members only, and you may begin. We're not able to hear you. I'm sorry.
No, perhaps your volume needs to be turned up.
It looks like her microphone is muted. Oh, I lost her.
Sí.
1 second, board members.
No problem.
My apologies, board members. She was not able to unmute via Teams, so she'll be dialing in shortly. Good morning. You may unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize for not being able to hear me before. As I was saying before, my name is Keisha Beasley. I'm the sister to Marlon Beasley. And I thank you guys for letting me join in on this. It was very traumatic, the experience watching and going to the hospital to see him after everything happened. And I have to say that I believe that Edgar is not telling the full truth here, because Marlon was legally blind, could not see 2 feet in front of him. So for him to say that he was going to attack the girl, and the girl was very scared, I believe is a lie, because when the police ended up going to Marlon's apartment, the girl was sitting in his apartment. So if you were that scared, and if Edgar thought he only hit him once and kicked him once and hit him once, he would not have been as bloody as he was. His face was so swollen, his eyes were so swollen beyond, he couldn't even open his eyes anymore. And the only reason why he was put in a coma, he was only put in the coma to transport him from Lawrence Memorial to Yale New Haven Hospital to wait for his mother, my mother, to get here. Because she lived in Virginia. She did not live here. So he was totally disabled. That's the reason why he lived in that building. He was a resident of that building. He could not see in front of him. He walked with a walking stick when he was not proud to walk, with it. Because most of the times he did not walk with it. He counted steps. He counted, like someone told him, like, oh, it's this number to go from here to there. So he could not see 2 feet in front of him. And he does not seem remorseful. It's one thing, I think I could forgive him if he was remorseful and showed that, but he does not seem to implicate that at all. Even still, years later, he does not take accountability for his actions.
Yeah.
And that's all I have to say. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate very much you coming forward.
Thank you, board members.
Yeah.
You may mute again, please.
Okay, and
Star six.
Mr. Jesus, the interpreter is now going to interpret that.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Sanchez-Valencia.
Solamente quiero mencionar que esto fue una experiencia muy traumática, haber ido al hospital luego de lo que sucedió. Edgar no está diciendo la verdad completamente. Mi hermano era legalmente ciego. Era difícil para él decir que él iba a atacar a esta fémina y le iba a hacer daño cuando él no podía ver. Esto es una mentira. Y al mencionar que esta fémina estaba muy nerviosa, cuando la policía llegó, ella estaba sentada en su apartamento. Cuando nosotros lo fuimos a ver al hospital, su cara y sus ojos estaban completamente hinchados. Él no podía ni siquiera abrir sus ojos. Lo llevaron al hospital de New Haven y tuvimos que esperar por mi mamá que viniera desde Virginia. Él, vuelvo y digo, estaba completamente discapacitado. Esta es la razón por la que él vivía en este apartamento. Él no podía ver lo que estaba al frente de él. Él contaba los pasos para poder caminar. Si al menos él mostrara remordimiento acerca de lo que pasó, pero a pesar de tantos años que han pasado, él todavía no se hace responsable por sus acciones. Y esto es todo lo que tengo que decir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, we are all done with the question portion of the hearing today. We are now going to deliberate and give you our answer with parole in just a few minutes. Ms. Chance?
Yeah, so,
Chair. Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, you are all done with your portion of the hearing today. So we ask that you remain in your seat and just listen to deliberation for now.
Mr. Valencia, la parte de su audiencia ya culminó. Le pedimos que usted escuche la deliberación de su caso.
Yo podría decir algo de lo que la señorita dijo.
Can I say something about what the lady said?
Okay.
Y para mí la que está mintiendo es ella, porque si él fuera una persona ciega, como ella está diciendo, que cuenta los pasos, estuviera usando un bastón para caminar, para no tropezarse. Yo no soy ignorante. Ella es la que está mintiendo. Y yo no me llevamos mucho así, teníamos relaciones con el familiar de ella. ¿Cómo ella va a decir que una persona es ciega en pocas palabras? Si en realidad, como ella misma dice, es un
Okay,
vil desabierto.
Mr. Sam.
For me, the one that is lying is her.
Okay.
How can she say that he was completely blind and that he was counting the steps? If that was the case, he will be using a walking cane.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, we are not going to debate the victim's statement. So now we're going to deliberate about your case and give you our answer.
Mr. Valencia, nosotros no vamos a debatir en relación a lo que dijo la víctima, sino vamos a deliberar ahora en relación a su caso.
Thank
Está bien, disculpe,
Thank
muchas
you.
gracias.
Ms. Chance.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, this was a very, very, serious offense, for which Mr. Sanchez, did not express any remorse, neither during sentencing or here today, although he did say, that he didn't mean to hurt anyone and he's sorry for what happened. So he's serving time and completed the Voices program in June of 2020 and the anger management program in June of 2022. However, after he completed the anger management program, his last 5, just the last 5 that I'm going to focus on, disciplinary reports includes 2 assaults and 1 fighting and 2 contrabands. And one of the contraband, he had a lock that he placed in a sock, which for me, if you hit someone with it, can be serious. His other contraband was he had a beard trimmer that was not his, but for me, you can also use that in similar ways. The 2 assaults that he had, he used his closed fist in the fighting in June and the assault September 2023. And so I consider those very serious when he completed the anger management. He talked about, learning to walk away, but also kept saying that he has to defend himself during incarceration. So for me, today, Madam Chair, I do think that Mr. Sanchez-Valencia has a little bit more work to do on himself in terms of knowing that he needs to take responsibility for his offenses that he committed, because he certainly had some role to play. And I read in one of the assaults that occurred September 2023, the other inmate did not engage with him. He actually walked away. So having said, after he took the anger management, that's what he needed to do, he certainly did not follow through with him. So for me today, I don't think there is any evidence of offender change after completing the programs.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Madam Interpreter, do you want to interpret that? Thank you.
¿Pueden repetir eso?
Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, Please listen and don't interrupt.
Tú
Esta es una
sabes,
ofensa muy seria por la cual el señor Sánchez no expresó completo remordimiento en el día de la sentencia y en el día de hoy. Él mencionó que no tenía la intención de hacerle daño a nadie y que se sentía apenado de lo que sucedió. Él tomó el programa Voices en el año 2020 y también tomó el programa de manejo de ira en junio del 2022. Sin embargo, luego de haber completado este programa de manejo de ira, tuvo 5 reportes de disciplina. Estoy enfocándome solamente en los últimos 5, donde incluyen 2 agresiones, una pelea, 2 contrabandos. Uno de los contrabandos tenía un candado adentro de una media, y esto es algo que si tú golpeas a alguien con esto le puedes causar un daño serio. En la otra ocasión tenía una pieza de barbería que tampoco era de él, que también se puede utilizar en maneras similares. Estas 2 agresiones fueron con un puño cerrado, una en septiembre del 2023 y la otra en junio del 2024, lo cual encuentro muy serio luego de haber completado el programa de manejo de ira. Él mencionó que aprendió a cómo ignorar estos problemas, pero entonces también mencionó que tiene que defenderse en la prisión. Yo entiendo que Mr. Sanchez-Valencia tiene todavía más trabajo que hacer por él mismo. Él necesita tomar responsabilidad de estas ofensas porque él tuvo un rol estuvo envuelto en un rol en esta ofensa. Esta agresión que sucedió en septiembre del 2023, nos informaron que el otro ofensor fue el que se fue. Él debió haber hecho esto también. Por lo tanto, el día de hoy yo no veo evidencia de cambio.
Thank you. Ms. Zappa-Sasso?
I agree with the analysis given. I have inadequate evidence of offender change and for institutional adjustment to begin the conversation.
Thank you.
And I added nature and circumstances of the offense.
And I would agree with both my colleagues.
Estoy de acuerdo con mis compañeras, no veo evidencia de cambio en el día de hoy.
señorita, puedo decir lo del Timber. Yo tengo las evidencias que yo compré lo mío. Yo sufro de epilepsia. Yo estoy más en el hospital.
Mr. Sanchez-Valencia, let us finish this portion of the hearing. So in the matter of Edgar Sanchez-Valencia, I make a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Nature and circumstance of the current offense, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
En el caso de Edgar Sánchez-Valencia, número 48098, hacemos una moción para negar su salida bajo libertad condicional por las siguientes razones: naturaleza y circunstancia de la ofensa actual, pobre ajuste institucional y evidencia inadecuada de cambio en el ofensor.
This concludes the hearing for Edgar Sanchez-Valencia, 418098.
Esto incluye la audiencia de Edgar Sánchez-Valencia, número 418098.
And you will receive all this in writing.
Usted va a recibir todo esto por escrito.
You're all set. Good luck to you, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia.
Sería todo. Buena suerte para usted.
Señorita, muchas gracias, pero dígale por favor de lo de contrabando de propiedad. Yo tengo mis evidencias que yo compré todo lo mío. Si me lo robaron, vuelvo y repito, yo más estoy en el hospital que aquí en la cárcel. Si me cambian mis propiedades y dicen que no es mía, no es mi culpa, porque yo tengo los papeles aquí legales, tengo todos los documentos, que yo compro lo mío. Tengo mi familia que me ayuda económicamente. Yo no he robado nada a nadie. No soy un ladrón. Por eso es que siempre se meten conmigo. Me buscan pleito. Y vuelvo y repito, uno aquí se tiene que defender. No comparen la cárcel con la calle. Está muy equivocado.
Mr. Sanchez-Valencia.
I just wanted to say that the bird trimmer, it belonged to me. I have evidence, I have a receipt that I was the one who bought it. And I cannot do anything if the property is stolen from me here in prison. I am epileptic and my family helps me to get my stuff and that belongs to me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanchez-Valencia. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, señorita. Pase buen día. Dios la bendiga. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Irish, stand for us, okay? Good morning.
Good morning.
Stand by.
Right.
Mr. Irish, we're about to begin.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, February 21st. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also present is our Office of Victim Advocate Services, Miss DeJesus. Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Stephen Irish, 393539.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Stephen Irish, 393539. He is serving a sentence of 13 years, execution suspended after 8 years, with 5 years probation to follow for failure to appear first and evading responsibility, which was serious physical injury. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 11, 2025 at 50%. There is victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows the offender has not completed any programs to date. He is currently participating in Tier 2, or he has completed Tier 2 correction and remains on the wait list for vocational and educational needs. Also, he also remains on the wait list for a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. Mr. Irish, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you very much. I wrote something, I'm just, not very confident with reading. I'm just very nervous, so bear with me, please.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Irish. Take your time.
Okay. I would like to begin today by saying I deeply apologize to the victim. I'm so sorry for all of the physical and emotional pain I have caused the victim to this day. I am sorry she ever had to think if she was going to be okay or what was going to happen to her. I know the victim may think I don't care, but I truly do. It was all in my heart. I think about what happened every single day, all day, and all the things I should have done different. And I wish I never looked down that day for that moment. It was irresponsible of me. I did not know what I hit, and when I looked up, I did not see anything anywhere, but I still made the poor decision to keep going instead of stopping. When I found out later that day that I hit a person, I panicked. I was so scared and ashamed with myself. I just couldn't believe I actually did that to someone and made more poor decisions after that. I should have gone to the police and turned myself in immediately. I'm sure the victim relives that day, especially when she watches it on the news and sees it, the same thing happen to other people. I wish I could take all of her pain and horrible memories away that day, from that day. I'm so sorry to the victim for putting her through everything she went through. I would also like to apologize to the victim's family for all the emotional distress that I put them through. And I'm so sorry to the family and friends of the victim that they had to think for 1 second that they were going to lose the person that they love. I wish I could take all of their sleepless nights back, pain and frustration. I hope you can find it in your heart one day to forgive me. I would also like to apologize to my family for all the pain and suffering my actions have caused them. I know this hasn't been easy on them either. I have had a lot of time to sit here and think about what I did and who I have hurt. I do take full responsibility for my actions that day. If parole gives me a second chance today, I will prove to everyone that I can and will do better in my life. I will make my second chance count, and I won't ever make the same poor choices again. In my past, I always ran from my problems, but I've learned a lot being here. I will be using the tools I learned from my program to help me get through each day and face my problems head on. I look at life in a new way now. I realize the way I was living was the wrong way. I am a very long way from where I was before I came in here. I'm going to deal with any issue that may come up in my life straight on the right way by getting myself one-on-one counseling as well. I think talking to someone will help me continue to learn new tools to help me in my life going forward. I am a good person. I just got a little lost along the way. And I found my way back, and I know what I need to do going forward. I want to be the dad my kids deserve. They need me home and present right now. Their mother needs me there to help her and for us to raise our children together. It has been very hard on her also as well, on my in-laws, for having to help take care of my responsibilities, which they shouldn't have to be doing. They are much older now and really need my help with day-to-day things. My daughter just had her first child and needs her father there for her. My oldest son needs me to still show him so many things, and I want to be there to show him the right way to live and how to be a good, successful man in life. My youngest son is now starting to go through changes that a young boy needs his father there to talk to. I sit and think every day about all of the memories I've missed out on with them. All of these years away has affected my family deeply, and I am sorry to everyone involved. I'm asking you today to please give me a second chance to prove I have changed and that I can be a productive member of society. I have a large, wonderful support system for myself. If I get approved for parole, I have a job waiting for me and will be restarting my own business. I am willing to and able to do whatever parole asks of me. I've had no pickets since I've been in here, and I've also been able to get a job. If given a second chance, I will not let parole down. I will not make you regret your decision. Thank you very much for your time today and consideration today. I appreciate you giving me the chance to speak on my behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Irish. I know you said you might struggle with that. I think you did pretty well. Statement was well thought out and prepared, so we appreciate you coming forward today with that statement. We will be asking you questions. At the end of our questioning, we will hear from the Office of Victim Services. After we hear from the Office of Victim Services, we will deliberate and give you our decision about parole. Do you have any questions?
No. I just, she said that, I don't know if it's in my record yet, but I do have it. I do have the job here working on the loading dock.
Working on the loading dock. Okay, thank you for that.
That's it. Thank you.
When did you start that job?
January.
In January. Okay.
And after I finished my program, the Tier 2 program.
Okay. Thank you for helping us with that date. Ms. Zappo-Sasso will begin with questions this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Irish.
Good morning.
So in looking through the reports that we have, I will start with some of the positives. You know, the lack of discipline reports is good to see. I'm glad to see that you completed the Tier 2 program, because in looking at some of your history, it appears that addiction and substance misuse has dominated some of what's happened in your life. So I was hoping that you could expand a little on what happened in Tier 2 and some of the strategies and work that you've done in that program.
The Tier 2 program was good for me because it clarified a lot of things that I had been doing since I was in here with, because they made me wait until I got past the 3 years to be able to do it. So I was just doing whatever I could to work on myself, and just learned that the self-talk that I was doing was good. Telling myself that certain things weren't worth it, and there isn't just one time. Knowing who I can go and turn to is one of the most important things, is knowing that when I feel a certain way, knowing who I could go and talk to. And I know that I need a one-on-one counselor just to deal with my other issues that I have in life, that I have from growing up as a kid, and also just it's better to have an outside source, somebody to talk to. And self-care, that taught me a lot about self-care is very important through addiction. It was, it definitely helped me out with a lot of thinking and knowing what I have to do when I go outside, and making sure I have a good support team and who I need to reach out to when I feel that there's any situations in my life I have any temptations. But made sure before I came in, I cut everybody out of my life that did any type of pills or drugs or anything, and I dedicate all my time to my family.
So we did read about the turbulent nature of your childhood, so we understand those factors. I also know from some of the reports that you had sought treatment in Rushford and CVH previously. Can you tell me a little bit about that and why those weren't successful at that time in your life?
Okay, also when, for me, I know for I like to teach you, there was always a Band-Aid there, and that Band-Aid was the methadone. I'm not really the best at wording things. So for me, methadone is no good. It's just like getting, it's just a Band-Aid. It's just, to be honest, real life, it gets you high. So that was always holding back since I got off it before I came in here, because I knew that that was going to be the best thing for me, to finally sit back. I don't know if this sounds right, but to suffer and remember what it is to wake up every morning and just be able to have a cup of coffee and not have to worry about going to the clinic, or if I'm going to be sick, or what happens if I miss the clinic. So I don't think that any of that ever really helped me, because I always had that Band-Aid on there. And I feel that this time being here too opened my eyes, not only for the poor decision that I made that day when I hit the victim, but being in here also brought me back to reality of what day-to-day life is like without methadone. And it's just, it helped me. It helped me bring me back to who I was before my car accident that started me on the long journey of being addicted to pills and all of that stuff.
What year was that car accident?
The end of 2009.
So how you mentioned that you, before you took tier 2, that you were working on yourself. What types of activities did you do while incarcerated leading up to tier 2 to work on yourself? How did you spend your time?
Well, I'm usually a pretty good judge of character when it comes to people in here, so I limited myself, for one, from being involved in any BS. And I would try to only talk to people that cared about actually going home and changing themselves. And I just basically concentrated on myself and my self-care, and telling myself that I'm worth it, and that each day I can get up and I can push through it. And It was pretty tough in the beginning through COVID because we were only allowed out of the cell for 30 minutes a day. But they gave me a lot of time to sit and think and reflect on all of the things that I have done and all the people I've hurt. So I just tried to stay positive, and I've kept to myself for the most part. Kind of hard in here with the situation of the way people live in here. It's hard to find positivity, so I just sifted through and found a couple of people that I could talk to and relate with, and that's about it. Just concentrated on me and my family.
Thank you. When you were speaking about your remorse and what happened to the victim, you discussed how you had made a series of poor decisions. And I would just like to go back a little bit before that accident, because unfortunately, we see a pattern of many poor decisions. You had been terminated from community supervision a couple of times, 3 times. You had not attended treatments. You had many positive drug screens. And I understand how a period of reflection, such as incarceration, can change a mindset. But during all of those times, what was happening in terms of you making those poor decisions? Was it fueled by your addictions or something else?
No, that was based all on my addiction. It was just always an up and down roller coaster, and with methadone and also with using your mind is always, and I hear it in here with these guys in the morning before they go and they get their dose, and they're like, oh man, I don't feel good, or the night before, I don't feel good. So sitting back all this time now I see what I was going through, and I know what they're going through now. It's a really big roller coaster that you go up and down on. And I'm just glad that I was able to get to where I am now, because then I was just going to the clinic, and then I would get stuck at work and I would miss the clinic. So then I would have to use to be able to go to work the next day, or then you miss a day and then they cut your dose in half. And for me, it's just not a positive life. Being involved in the methadone clinic, it just didn't work. It never did work. It's obvious that it didn't work. It wasn't successful for me. This is what I need right here, was to get 100%. And now it's been about 4 years.
I think that is insightful. I do think that it sounds like you've equated the methadone with masking some of the other issues in your life. But unfortunately, to get here, somebody was grievously injured. So I think we can all agree that definitely on your roller coaster of life was pretty much a rock bottom moment in terms of what you need to do in order to regroup. And you have 3 children. You have letters of support, and the one that really struck me was your 19-year-old son, who still, after most likely having a turbulent childhood himself, looks up to you and wants you in his life. And he references in his email that he had to become the man of the house. Those are hard words to hear from someone who is in their teen years watching something like this. And I assume that, the cycle needs to be broken here. I'm concerned about some of your vocational aspects and your employment. Over the course of the last 20 years, what has your employment picture looked like?
either transported cars or have done landscaping.
Has that been under the table or has it been legal employment?
There was times in the early 2000s, there was some under the table. Sometimes there was a couple landscape, but then I had worked, I worked for Bristol Record for a while. I worked for other major companies, transporting cars. And then I've also worked for some landscape companies that were all on the books towards the end. And then that's when my family thought that I should just do my own thing. And that's when I wanted to get into transporting cars for myself. So.
Do you currently have a valid driver's license, Mr. Irish?
Yes, it's restored, yes.
What happened during the times that led you to violate your probation in 2012?
I'm sorry?
In 2012, you had 2 violations of probation. Do you remember those?
That was in the beginning, right? In the beginning of my years of addiction, I would say they would probably have to be dirty urine.
And what is the plan? Has it changed to go out in terms of pro-tech or employment? Whenever you
Yes.
have your official?
So ProTech is going to be my main source to get me back going in life. I'm going to be doing several different things for them. Going to be delivering supplies to where they need to go, running errands, maintaining their vehicles.
Did you ever get your GED?
Yeah, I sent in all my high school stuff to the jail.
That's all I have for questions. I'm going to turn this back over to the chair. Thank you for speaking with me.
Thank you. That was Dasu. So, Mr. Irish, I do have some follow-up questions for you. So I want to talk about the offense charges for a little bit.
Okay.
So when the parole officer asked you if you thought your sentence was fair, you said no. And you said that that you didn't intend to harm anyone.
It's not
So-
that.
Okay, you want to expand on that just a bit?
No, it's not that it wasn't. It's not. I don't know. It's not that it wasn't fair. It's hard to explain. What I did was it's horrible. I wish I could take it back. I wish I never looked down that day.
Yeah.
I've always been somebody to help people if I could.
Well, you know, Mr. Irish, I think it goes beyond, I should never have looked down. I think
It was here. It was,
excuse me?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want to just say that I think that my view is that these charges and your sentence go way beyond I shouldn't have looked down. It appears that, you know, you looked down, you say you didn't realize that you hit somebody, although it is kind of difficult if you think about it, that you hit a person on a bicycle and you didn't see that you hit somebody.
And the road is an S turn when it goes through, and I had to look down in the middle of the S turn for some stupid decision. So after I felt the bump, and then I went to the left, and then I went to a gas station after that, and it was a crack in the headlight, and I never thought that I had hit a person on a bicycle.
Okay, all right.
And then
So
when I got home and I saw it on the news, and that's when I continued to make poor decisions after that.
you and your girlfriend continue to make poor decisions. You tried to hide the vehicle, and then you continued to lie about having the truck, where you were, and all of that. Why don't you think you just admitted? I mean, it was an accident, as you said, it wasn't intentional. Well, why didn't you just admit what had occurred rather than go through this whole charade of making up stories, showing up in a different vehicle when the police wanted to question you, lying about having the truck?
Everything was me. Nothing had to do with my wife. They dragged her into this just because we lived together. All the decisions that were made were my poor decisions.
Okay.
She had nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so we'll put that aside.
Me and the manager of the company had a disagreement, and they were very upset. And they also tried to say that I didn't have permission to drive the vehicle, which I had text messages to prove that I had permission to drive that vehicle, and I was the foreman. And I also had permission to use the gas card and all those things.
I'm going to stop you for a quick minute here because you're getting off track.
Right. I'm sorry.
I'm not questioning whether or not you had permission to drive the truck or not, use the gas card. What I'm asking is, if it was unintentional, as you say, and I don't think that there's a real question about that, is that why go through the whole charade of trying to cover it up?
I was scared. I was embarrassed. I was ashamed. And I was scared to come to where I am. And I couldn't believe that something I did affected somebody so badly.
Okay.
It's I don't know. There's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't think about it. And it's hard to believe the decisions that I've made.
Okay, and then I want to move on to the failure to appear. So you failed to appear for court, which I'm going to say that it probably factored in to your sentence.
Okay.
Sure. Why did you fail to appear for court?
Okay, so during COVID, when the courts were shutting down, I know my medical issues are nowhere near as bad as hers, but I had gotten continuances because I started having issues with the blood going from my feet back to my heart. I have the vein in each one of my legs. The valves inside the veins need to be closed off. But
so,
in the
Mr.
beginning, I was going to heart special.
Okay, don't try to talk over me because I need to explain to you that we're live streaming this hearing today. So we read all about your medical condition.
Okay.
So you can state generally that you had a very serious medical condition that you were dealing with.
All right, so during COVID, I was going to specialists, and then the last day, my lawyer told me that he was going to get me one last continuance because I had a third specialist I had to go to.
Okay.
He had called me and told me that he would be able to get me the continuance. He was going to put in for it. He called me and told me he couldn't get to the continuance. So that's when I had texted him. He said, let me know what time you could be there. I had texted him and said 2 o'clock. I have all the text messages saved. And then he called me back at 20 after 1 and said that the judge upped it and gave me a failure to appear with a warrant.
Okay. So you had failed to appear for court, and then you were an absconder, basically, for 1 year and 2 months. Is that true?
Oh, you're talking about 2020?
I'm talking about when you were supposed to appear for court.
In 2021, sentencing day.
3/5/20.
Oh, so that
the judge, and then you did not go back to. You were not back again for 1 year and 2 months.
No.
So what were you doing in that time frame?
No. So in the 2020, the date was at May 5th, 2020. That was when they said that I missed jury selection. I had never missed jury selection. So I had turned myself into the New Haven Police Department in 2020. We never said we were taking anything to trial. That was supposed to be corrected. That's when my lawyer said that he would talk to whoever he needed to talk to, parole or probation. Because that was supposed to be corrected. I had turned myself in.
But, oh, okay, but you pled guilty to it.
That's what, so when my lawyer, so in 2020, May, I think it's May 5th of 2020, if I'm correct, I'm bad with numbers. My lawyer called me and said that we missed jury selection. And I said, what are you talking about? So he said, just turn yourself in. It's all going to be corrected. So I had turned myself into New Haven Police Department. That was during COVID. They had, the regular courthouse wasn't even open. We had this another courthouse in New Haven they brought me to. And they remandated me there and gave me another bond. So then I bonded out. And I bonded out again, and then we went back to court through COVID, and that's when I was supposed to come in July 23rd, and then I had started having all the medical issues. But my lawyers, that's when I met with him, my lawyer said that he would try to get it clarified, because I told him, I said it's still not cleared up, but he had never taken care of it. Obviously.
So then you pled guilty to the evading responsibility, failure to appear in the first degree.
Correct.
Then you were sentenced to your current sentence. And then in another court, you were dealing with a violation of probation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that basically was for positive drug tests.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And that was in 2019. All right. So you mentioned that you finished the Tier 2 program. You thought you did, you confirmed a lot of your own beliefs about how to manage your substance abuse.
Yeah.
You identified triggers, you said. What are those triggers that you have identified?
Who I cannot be around, who I can be around, positive things, and really it was me. It was me that needed the work and needed to find myself again and figure out what worked best for me. And I have figured that out. That being 100% clean was the best thing, and having a one-on-one counselor when I get out, because you can't have that in here. And I know that that's something very important for me to have.
So you identified triggers as being around people. Is that
Old friends.
what I'm hearing? Old friends.
Old
Okay,
friends.
so that's your trigger.
Yeah.
And can you tell me what you've developed as a relapse prevention plan?
Knowing who I can call immediately if I'm starting to feel weak, and always knowing that there is not just one time, that there is no times. There isn't just one time. I can do it one time. This isn't going to hurt me. And just every day to do self-care and just always tell myself that I can do this.
You've done a few different treatment programs, and you stated earlier you were in the methadone program for a little bit. Do you think that's a reasonable relapse prevention plan? Do you think it addresses all your needs?
I'm sorry, what?
The plan that you just laid out for me, I'm going to be honest with you. It doesn't have a lot of substance to it.
Well,
For somebody,
I know that group settings, me sitting and listening to other people's war stories, is not what works for me. What works for me is a one-on-one counselor and being around positive, motivated people in my family. And I know that methadone, Suboxone, and all those things do not work for me. being
Okay.
100% clean is what works for me.
Okay. So have you ever were you seeing a one-on-one counselor prior to coming to prison?
No.
Yeah.
I had that years and years and years ago. And when I was here, it's hard for mental health to spend a lot of time with you, but I advocated it a lot in the beginning. I couldn't eat up a lot of her time, but I would sit and talk with her for maybe 10 to 15 minutes and it would help. But there's a lot of other things I couldn't get into with her because she has a lot of people to take care of. I wish they did offer it here, but they don't.
Have you done NA and AA before, or any other kind of treatment other than the methadone program that you said didn't work for you?
Did Suboxones, and then I did methadone, and then I did the program, the groups within the methadone program. So trying other meetings and trying to find other clean people is definitely an option. I just want to make sure that I have somebody out there that can find me somebody then if I'm going to talk to that's serious and not 100% all the way. So that's why I know it's good for me to be around the people that I do know, like my in-laws that have always been there for me and always wanted the best and know who I am before my car accident and all these things started.
Is there any other programs while you've been incarcerated that you think would have been helpful?
I had tried signing for the program and they said that they had too many people doing programs that weren't on their OAP.
Well, what I asked was, I
tried to sign up for Voices, but they told me it wasn't on my OAP. That's why I said, okay, well, maybe then there would be something I can do for that when I got home.
So I want to go back to the question that my colleague asked. You've only recently completed the Tier 2 program. So that took what, 2 or 3 months to do that program?
November to January.
Okay, and it meets twice a week?
3 times.
3 times, okay, perfect.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Sounds great, thank you for that clarification. Can you tell me, can you elaborate again for me how you were occupying your time leading up to getting into that program?
Up to that point, I would, if we were allowed to go outside, I would walk around and think. I would just self-care, really. I mean, I don't want to, I mean, you guys know what goes on here. It's hard to find positive spaces in here. So
All right,
the most positive space was in my cell most of the time.
okay.
And that's how you stay out of the mix and being around things that I don't want to be around or be a part of.
Okay. So
Most of my time, it sounds crazy, but most of my time I stay in my cell unless we were allowed to go outside.
Okay, all right. So thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. So I'm going to go back to your opening statement. In your opening statement, you said that you think that the victim thinks that you don't care. Why do you feel that the victim has that impression?
I feel that the victim feels that way because of my action that day by not stopping and not turning myself in. I guess most people would probably call me a coward.
Did you apologize at sentencing?
No, I was not there that day. That's why I have a lot of thoughts that run through my head of things I would say to her or say to the victim. I'm sorry. That's why I wrote down what I could, because my emotions of what I have done, it would be hard for me to get it all out. I'm just ashamed of what I've done.
Do you think you take responsibility for this crime?
Take full responsibility every day. Think about what I put her through. Think about the person, the victim's children, they had to feel about possibly losing their mother.
Because it took about a month and a half before they arrested you. During that 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 7 weeks, did you consider turning yourself in? Did you consider that the victim was in the hospital and that really it was the right thing to do?
Yes, my lawyer that I had after that, the lawyer that I had been using before my new lawyer told me I was given very bad advice on what to do.
Who said you were given very bad advice?
My lawyer on this case.
So
From the
who was
lawyer
who was giving you advice if your lawyer wasn't giving you advice?
I don't know what I'm allowed to, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on here, but I was just told that I already left the scene, I already made a bad decision. They're going to come and get you. They're going to come and get you. And they wanted $10,000 to start a case with me.
Oh, I mean, you were what, 35 years old when that happened?
I didn't know.
You're,
I was a wreck. I didn't know what I did. I don't know.
all right. And the only thing I want to, again, go back to is, because I know my colleague asked you a few times about your probation terms, and, you didn't do well on probation. And as we talked earlier in my questioning, you were sentenced, you were going through a violation of probation around the same time that you were dealing with these charges. Why don't you think that you couldn't why couldn't you work with probation? I'm sure that when you were testing positive, they were trying to help you get into a drug treatment program to deal with your addiction. Why do you think you were struggling to not deal with it at the time?
Because I always had that Band-Aid on, and that was the methadone. And that stuff never helped me. It always gives you that same thing that an addict's looking for. And those programs, from my opinion, that's not the right way to just medicate somebody. That's not dealing with the problem.
So really the issue is that it was the methadone.
It was me, and that the methadone and being the program probably would have worked better if I wasn't on methadone. If I had never started, maybe I probably would have had a better chance. But for me,
I mean, you have choices. Just like with this offense, you had a choice.
Correct. Yeah.
You had a choice.
I wasn't strong enough to make the right choice with continuing to be high on methadone. It's the same as being high on pills or whatever you're doing. I wasn't a strong enough person then.
Other than the Tier 2 program, is there any other voluntary programs you can be doing at the facility to help you with your substance abuse? Are there any NA meetings, AA meetings, any other kind of self-help programs that you could do on your own even?
They just started bringing the NA meetings back during COVID, all the way up in about a little more than what, so I think they've only been back for about a year now.
Have you been attending?
No, that's why I was waiting to do Tier 2. They told me that there was a waiting list for NA and AA meetings, and I was also on the waiting list to do Tier 2.
Well, we know you're on the waiting list to do Tier 2, but it's not often that we hear there's a waiting list P.O. Smelly, is there a waiting list to go to the self-help meetings? Check in with-
Volunteer?
They volunteer.
Yeah.
This was
Okay.
gonna be- But I didn't hear about it.
So you were on the waiting list to go to the self-help
Yeah.
meetings for the last year?
I
never moved
can't
up on the
speculate
waiting
on the
list?
time. I want to say, I think they've been back for about a year, but when I was here in the beginning, there was none of that during COVID. There was no
Yeah.
outside, there was none of that stuff.
Okay. Have you, and you've been on the waiting list since they started up the meetings again?
No, I went and did the tier 2 program. After tier 2, I was able to get the job because the person that had it was going home after 2 years of having the job. And now I just been working, and then someone got hurt, so I'm doing loading dock all day, and then I'm doing second shift trash 8:30.
Well, Mr. Irish, we are certainly pleased to hear that you're keeping busy, that you're working. But you told me that you started the job last month. So my question to you was, have you been on the waiting list for the voluntary programs
Yeah,
For
I
a
signed
year.
up for it last year.
last year? Okay. And is there anything else you could have been doing during that time frame that was voluntary, something you could have done on your own through your tablet or outside information?
Nobody really, I mean, there's, not that I know of, there's really, you either got to take what you hear from other inmates, you ask a counselor a question in here and they tell you to write a request, they'll get back to you, and sometimes the requests don't even come back. There's really no structure in this place. There is no good help in this place, to be honest. There is no structure in here at all. If you actually knew what was going on in here, that's really pretty, not a very positive place.
Well, I mean,
So I
I
try
think-
the best to take care of myself and do what I can and ask the questions that I can. And sometimes they don't get answered.
okay, Mr. Irish, I've heard your issues with the facility. And it seems to me that I'm finding that it's diverting from you answering some of the questions, to be honest with you. You know, we interview hundreds of people from your facility and many, many other facilities. And so we do have a fairly good understanding of how the facilities operate internally. So we do know that, you know, there are voluntary programs that you can access, whether it's in person or on your tablets. We do know that there are waiting lists for programs. You know, your drug and alcohol score is a 3, which is a moderate level for substance abuse. You have a significant history of substance abuse. I'm concerned with your relapse prevention plan that it's not very detailed. I don't disagree that one-on-one counseling could be very beneficial. Sounds like at the time you had done it, you feel like it worked for you, and probably that's one of the most important things is feeling like the treatment you're participating in is something that works for you, because there are many paths to recovery. We do understand that. But our concern today is your suitability for parole and whether or not we see evidence of offender change that make you suitable to be out in the community.
Also in tier 2, they also teach you that sometimes NA and AA is not for everybody.
There are different paths to recovery. There are different paths.
So that's why I know that a one-on-one counselor for me, because is what works best for me. That helps me deal with things from my childhood up until the point of my accident, and how I've always ran and hid from all my problems, because when I was growing up, you look at my PSI, my mother always protected me or saved me. And whenever Stephen got in trouble, someone who was always there to help me growing up. And I feel that was always is not good. Sometimes you gotta have tough love, and
Okay. All right,
That's
Mr.
where I'm
Irish.
at.
Let me see if Miss Chance has any questions for you.
Actually, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Irish, I want to go back and, just point out some good things that you said. And one was your apology to the victim, and that you thought of all the things that you should have done but didn't do. You also was able to say that you're a good person, you just got lost along the way. So that's like taking responsibility. And you said you're usually a good judge of character, and that's what helped you not to get any DRs. So those are all positive things. So I want to go back to the day when you hit the person. Were you using that day?
No, but I was on methadone.
I asked you, were you using that day? Is
No.
it a?
No, I
Okay.
was not using that day.
Okay. The other thing that you said is you asked for parole to give you a second chance. But Mr. Irish, this would be your fifth chance because you were only successful once and you failed on 3 occasions, and that would include probation. So it wouldn't be the second, it would be your fifth. Okay. And then you said that your kids need you home and your mom and your in-laws, but you need to understand they've always needed you. You just choose to continue using. So you took the tier 2 and you've said that one-on-one counseling is good for you, and that's a good thing. But there are also other things that you never spoke about, is getting a sponsor, working on the 12 steps, and those you can do on your own or you can do with a sponsor. So those are options. And it's good that you've recognized that methadone and Suboxone is what you're saying, not good for you. And that's kind of what caused you to violate your probation. So I didn't hear you talk about how you were gonna stay sober in the community, how you were gonna be able to identify your triggers and your urges, and what you would do if those happened to you. And yes, the one-on-one counseling would be helpful, but because of your extensive substance abuse, I think you would need more than that. You mentioned other issues that you're going to address during your one-on-one counseling. But for me today, Mr. Irish, I don't see you as being suitable. I think you need to really figure out how you're going to stay clean and sober when you go back in the community. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So, Mr. Irish, we are now done with the question portion of the hearing. We are going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. Ms. DeJesus?
Good morning, board members. I do have the victim on the line. This is your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and your concerns. I am to remind you that you are to address the panel members only, and you may begin.
Okay. On the morning of November 4th of 2018, my life changed. I was riding my bike to the gym to work out, so I am a workout nut, and out of nowhere, a pickup truck came flying off exit 55 and hit me. proceeded to drive around me and take off. The force of the collision snapped my neck, broke my back, broke my left arm, which I am left-handed, shattered 11 of my ribs, and crushed my pelvis. Also perforated my bladder. My skull was fractured. Over the next 4 days, I underwent 6 surgeries. The doctors had to put me back together. About almost 2 months later, I had an additional surgery to remove an external fixator that was holding my pelvis together. I couldn't move. I had to sleep like that. Over the next year, I went through intensive physical rehabilitation, eventually graduating to a walker, then taking my first steps. I had in-home therapy and outpatient therapy. I continue with physical therapy and also mental health counseling to this day. I worked hard to get to where I am, and I am grateful, and I concentrate on the positive. But daily, I have constant pain, numbness, heaviness in my body. I'm a runner. I run races. Unfortunately, I can't do that anymore. I'm lucky to be alive. I can't even believe that I have to say I'm lucky to be alive over someone's carelessness. Accidents happen, but what happened was a crime. I additionally ended up needing 3 more surgeries for a total of 10 surgeries. I missed about 1.5 years of work. I'd like to just state also, Mr. Irish only showed up to court once. I happened to be in court that one day. It was in January. I was just let out of the hospital. He never showed up. The day of the sentencing, our whole family is there. I'm there. I've got my victim impact statement. He doesn't show up. Judge says to his attorney, go find out where your client is. You got 5 minutes. Came back out. We talked, my attorney. They gave him 3 additional years. Attorney comes in. Yeah, he's nowhere around. So he got 3 more years. That was it. They issued a warrant for his arrest. He was picked up a week later at Dunkin' Donuts in North Branford. Cop pulled him over. He gave a fake name. Cop was a little suspicious, hassled him a little bit. Finally, I guess he gave him his name, ran it, picked him up, put him in jail. He doesn't deserve to be out. He got, 13 years? What he served, not even 4? It's an injustice. I live with this every day of my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, and thank you to the victim for coming forward. We appreciate her statement. Right, Mr. Irish, we will now deliberate and give you our decision in just a moment. All right, Ms. Zappo-Sasso, back to you.
So this is obviously a very serious case. And, it seems to me that Mr. Irish has had the last 1.5 decades of his life that has been riddled with poor choices and poor decisions and addiction since his accident and his opioid addiction. And all of this, it culminated with a motor vehicle offense resulting in what we've heard to be extremely serious injuries with long-term ramifications that altered her life, multiple aspects, financial, physical, and emotional. I will say that in speaking with Mr. Irish this morning, he is a different person than the one that I read about in some of these reports. He appears to take responsibility after all of these years since this accident and incident. He is showing remorse and acknowledges the severe impact to the victim. And he has completed tier 2 and he is beginning to acknowledge what works for him in terms of his recovery. Not Suboxone, not methadone. He needs mental health, individual therapy. He has identified some of the triggers, including old friends. He has the potential of a job. He has acknowledged family and community support, and he knows that he needs additional services. But I believe that this is a very fragile state of recovery right now. And I concur with my colleagues that his relapse plan is also very fragile. As has been noted, there are different paths to recovery, but I do believe that success in the community as well as public safety hinges upon a very robust relapse plan and a confidence level for Mr. Irish to come out and know that he can be successful. There are many victims here, starting with the one that we just heard from who suffered egregious injuries. Mr. Irish, I think to a certain extent, has suffered as well. I think his family and especially his children have suffered. So in terms of suitability, I do see that there is emerging offender change. And I think that that needs to be built upon. So I believe that today we do have an inadequate release plan. We have nature and circumstances to take into consideration. And I'm open to other conversation points from my colleagues about where to go from here. But those are the two that I've starred for the conversation to begin.
I appreciate all your comments, Ms. Abu-Sasso. I'm struggling with the same issues. I do hear levels of acceptance of responsibility. I do hear some hints of remorse. And I say that with some hesitation, because it's not just that Mr. Irish considers that his sentence was too harsh. It's, you know, there were things leading up to how the sentence came about. Right. You know, in answering questions today, there's a lot of, and I'm going to call it finger pointing. You know, it's not the jail is not a good place. Well, it's not supposed to be a good place. I was on a wait list. I couldn't do self-help meetings. So I was on a wait list for that. I was here during COVID, and that's all true. I think things have been back to normal for a little bit longer than Mr. Irish is really putting forward. I think Ms. Chance hit the nail on the head when she said, you know, there are things he could do on his own. He could be working through the 12 steps. He could be reading or, you know, working on other areas of recovery that would support sobriety in the community. There are, and we're going to say it again, many paths to recovery. We're not saying that, you know, he needed to be attending support meetings, but sometimes, you know, if that's all that's available to you, maybe that is what you do, because you can always get a little something. Mr. Irish has a history of substance abuse that has affected his life and his family's life, and now has affected the community. I know he believes that methadone is his downfall, and it seems as though it is not for him, but I'm not sure that that is the catalyst for everything that we're seeing here today. I'm concerned with the failure to appear for court. I see that as a continued lack of acceptance of responsibility. One of my questions that I had written down was, for an individual that has done several treatment programs, even if you haven't been successful with them, I was disappointed that his relapse prevention plan wasn't more detailed, didn't contain some more information. He seems to be, with his mental health history, that he will benefit from one-on-one counseling, and I'm happy to see and appreciate that he recognizes what that that need is for himself. But I am struggling with suitability today for parole. For many reasons, I'm not hearing a lot of change in Mr. Irish. I still hear a lot of deflection. So I think our question here today, because Ms. Chance had said earlier, was do we give Mr. Irish an opportunity to come back before the board? And I would apologize in advance to the victim for bringing this up, because I know that, it brings the victim back again. But we do want what's best for Mr. Irish and what's best for the community. And ultimately, it benefits everyone. And I wanted to say to the victim, I'm not sure she would feel that way, but it does benefit everybody if Mr. Irish is more stable coming back into the community. Ms. Chance, what do you think?
So, I agree with absolutely everything that both of you said. I just wanted to add that when he talked about his violation of probation and blamed it on this Suboxone and methadone. So when you are on there, from my experience in dealing with these two programs, that you can request one-on-one counseling, and there are group meetings that go along with them in the community. I didn't hear him say he reached out to the DOC mental health unit to ask for one-on-one, which he identified and, could have started the process. Had I heard that, it would have been helpful.
But he did. He said it was only a little bit of time that was allotted to him, though, and I don't know what the process is inside.
But he's been there for a while, and if he identified that as a real concern, could have started the process there. And in terms of his substance abuse, I don't know what is going on at Osborn in terms of having to sign up for the NA meetings, but I do think that there are alternatives. He's a smart person, could have seeked out. So for me, Madam Chair, I don't find him suitable today for, some of blaming and lack of accepting the responsibility as it relates to his mental health and substance abuse. And he took tier 2. He did, identify one of his triggers as old friends, but his relapse prevention plan was not there, and I think that would have been important for him. I see a tiny little bit of offender change, but not enough for suitability. So the question is,
He's got a little ways to his end of sentence, which is 2028. I mean, at the risk, I know it's difficult and we really struggle to not have to bring a victim back. But it is a long way to end a sentence. And I think with our comments today, maybe Mr. Irish will have a little broader perspective on what he needs to do. What do you think, Ms. DeJesus?
I think he should try to do tier 4 and do a relapse prevention, and we could bring him back 1.5 years.
I do think, I don't know if we can strongly encourage that, but I think tier 4 is definitely.
Sure, we can.
We can.
It can be a recommendation.
We can make
if we're considering a rehear.
Yeah. Well, we can't make it happen, but we can certainly strongly recommend it.
And again, with complete deference to the victim, again, I think our job here is to ensure that we do the best of our ability to ensure that what she suffered isn't repeated. And I do think ensuring that there's some additional programmatic attention given would warrant us to then check in again in a year and a half or so prior to end of sentence in order to ensure that there is offender change and responsivity.
Thank you. Right, so it sounds as though we're in agreement for giving Mr. Irish an opportunity to come back before the board again. And we're thinking 18 months.
Yeah.
Right. So if that's February, August,
Next year, 26.
26th, thank you both. And we're evidence of offender change, inadequate program participation.
So he did take programs. So I would put nature, and for me, the victim's impact was pretty high, okay, for me. So I would just use those two, knowing that
Do we say inadequate release plan?
Yes,
Which includes
yes.
a relapse prevention plan?
right, because if he does tier 4, some of that would occur during that.
I had nature and circumstance. Or did we do, are we gonna do victim? Which one did we? We're gonna do both. Gonna do both. Okay, and then I had inadequate release plan. It was also,
So there's 4.
And
Inadequate evidence of offended change, inadequate release plan, injury in nature. Was that
sounds fair.
4? Yeah.
Okay. So in the matter of Stephen Irish, 393-539, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim, inadequate evidence of offender change, an inadequate release plan, which includes his relapse prevention plan. We would also like to have Mr. Irish come back before the board for a rehearing in August 2026. We are making a strong recommendation that Mr. Irish be considered for a Tier 4 program and the opportunity to apply for an aftercare program if that's available. And any other additional positive program that may assist him, and to continue to not have any disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Irish, did you understand kind of our discussion?
Yeah, I understand. I just don't see how being in a tier 4 program will be beneficial to me with being around a bunch of people that are on methadone and Suboxones, that are nodding out and falling asleep in the program.
Okay,
Being
well,
around people that are high. It's not
All right.
beneficial to me to be around people that are doing things like that.
okay. Well, Mr. Irish, I'm hopeful that perhaps you'll either see the benefit of it or be able to come back before the board with a more robust relapse prevention plan, release plan, maybe some more insight. We appreciate you, all your comments, and
Hopefully somebody can fill you guys into what really goes on in here, so you know what goes on in these programs
All right.
and here, these tier 4 programs.
all right.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Irish. We're all set.
This concludes the hearing for Stephen Irish, 393-539.
Mr. Valley, are we going with Moriarty or Syman?
We already.
Okay, Moriarty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Moriarty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're about to begin, okay?
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, February 21st, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state your names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zappo Sasser.
Joy Chance.
We also present is our Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. DeJesus. Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Brennan Moriarty, 407-185.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Brennan Moriarty, 407-185. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4 years jail, followed by 5 years of probation for 3 counts of failed of narcotics substance and reckless endangerment first degree. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 2nd, 2025 at 50%. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed domestic violence and the CLICK program to date. He is on the wait list for a job and was discharged without prejudice from the Tier 4 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Moriarty, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Sorry, I don't do well in these situations, but I'll do my best to speak clearly and concisely. I do apologize in advance. I've made a long series of mistakes in my life, ones that I don't intend to repeat. I didn't have the easiest upbringing. I didn't have any positive modeling as a child. I never really even seen a healthy relationship. However, I have done my best and continue to do my best to make the best choices available to me and to strive to be a better person always. I recognize that it is human nature to sin, to make mistakes, and you know, my goal in life is to not repeat the same mistakes and to make as few mistakes as possible. I also have small children that are dependent on me, and right now they're in a foster care setting. And I had a daughter unfortunately pass away in the foster care system here in Connecticut.
Excuse me.
So it's difficult for me to be away from my children. I've done a lot to own up to my mistakes and to try to better myself, and I continue to work at those things as well. By the way, correction on being on the wait list for a job. I started my job several weeks ago in the clothing factory.
Okay.
And I'm also on the wait list for AVP and Embracing Fatherhood.
Okay. All right, Mr. Moriarty, is there anything else? Would you like us to go ahead and ask questions?
You may go ahead and ask questions.
Okay. So we're going to be asking you some questions to determine your suitability for parole today. We also have input from the Office of Victim Services.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Moriarty, you are before us today for several counts of sale of narcotics and a reckless endangerment that involved a death of a person. I did not hear you express any remorse over that. Do you appreciate the gravity of those circumstances?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay.
That was one of the mistakes I was referring to. I just didn't want to make light of such a tragic circumstance. It is something I regret. The individual that died is someone I've known since I was 12 years old. And at the time of her death, I was very much in love with. And it's something that still haunts me to this day.
It appears to me that the underlying issues for much of your criminal history is your substance abuse.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were in Tier 4. How long were you in Tier 4?
4.5 months.
4.5 months.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were removed for what reason?
I was having slips dropped on me. People didn't like that I was gender diverse. So they were trying to get me removed, and they were successful in doing so.
Were you having trouble with other members of the group? I have that
Yes.
you were gossiping, that you were not attending meetings.
I didn't miss any meetings. I did gossip several times.
Okay. So violations of the treatment program's rule. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. And why were you selling drugs?
I got into it to pay for my ex's habit.
Not your own habit?
I was clean at that time.
So now that you're not in Tier 2 any longer, what are you doing to address your substance abuse?
I'm attending Narcotics Anonymous meetings and going to church, as well as listening to addiction and religious podcasts on the tablet. And I've been journaling every day too.
You've had a number of opportunities on community supervision, and you have not been able to complete many of them. Why is that? Why do you struggle?
My violations of probation, a lot of that came from poor life choices, including choosing to be in a relationship that was not good for me. We had mutual domestic violence, mutual violations of protective order. We had regular police contact together. And that's what led to the violations of probation. I successfully completed community release, my last incarceration, however.
Okay. I do see that you do have a successful completion. You have 2 disciplinary reports. The most recent was for engaging in a fight. Are you having some difficulties at the facility following the rules?
No, ma'am. At the time, I was actually assaulted and was going to defend myself. If you read the report for the fight, I didn't throw a punch. I was scalded and punched. Actually still have a scar here from being scalded. The reason I was charged with fighting is because I had a closed fist.
And you swung at the other person with the closed fist.
No, ma'am, my fist was at my side.
Okay. Okay. Our information differs from that. You have taken the domestic violence program also.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you think that went?
I think it went very well. It taught me to think of things differently. Think of how I go into a situation or a relationship or argument, effective ways to communicate in a relationship, effective ways to share the work in a relationship, some effective conflict resolution, and different reasoning and decision making. There were things that I didn't even know were domestic violence that I was victim and perpetrator to before the program that I now know.
So you learn conflict resolution. How do you manage when you're not getting along? What are some of your strategies?
So historically, it's been flight to leave the situation. However, that only complicates things more. One of my domestics was actually for walking away. I think the best thing is to take a breath, calm down, de-escalate, try to relate to the other person, and see their point of view on things, and find some compromise and common ground.
And you have a protective order in place?
Yes, ma'am.
You're aware of that? Okay.
Yes.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your release plan?
My plan is actually to go to a sober house. I was planning on going to an apartment as I have the money for it, but that didn't pan out as I had hoped. And then I'm trying to from there get my kids back. I'm gonna attend meetings, gonna continue mental health treatment through the VA. Gonna continue my gender affirming care. I'm going to continue to attend church at least weekly, but I'm gonna actually shoot for daily mass.
Have you done treatment at the VA before?
Yes.
And okay, so you'll go back to, what type of treatment would you do at the VA? What were you doing there? What do you hope to do?
So I was receiving med management, physical therapy, occupational therapy, pain management, and some cognitive behavioral therapy as well, which has been great for me. And then in addition, I have a traumatic brain injury, so I was, every year I would go for cognitive review and a neuropsych to see where, my different synapses and struggles are and address them with more services.
Do you have, and your relapse prevention plan is to attend NA in the VA hospital? Is that what I'm surmising?
As well as to attend church and work my skills and work the steps.
Have you worked the steps before?
Yes. That's actually what's given me the longest time clean.
How long have you been clean?
At this point, we're in 2025, right? So I have been clean since October 6th of 2017.
What was that date, the end?
2017.
2017. And just, I want to just circle back to the charges again, because I think I moved for myself a little bit too quickly through them. So you have several charges of sale of narcotics, and you said you were selling drugs for your girlfriends, to support your girlfriend's drug use?
My now ex-wife, ma'am.
Your ex-wife.
Yes.
Okay. And the victim of your reckless endangerment, why, can you give us a little bit of insight into your rationale behind why you chose to give her drugs as opposed to take her to a treatment facility or to the hospital?
So I attempted without much success to try to get her to go inpatient. She did finally agree to go inpatient the following day. However, she did have a fatal overdose of a combination of those narcotics and of her prescription medication. During the hour I slept before her passing.
All right, Mr. Moriarty, I appreciate you answering my questions. Ms. Zappo-Sasu, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, I have.
Ms. Chance?
Don't you actually answer a couple of the questions that I would have?
All right. Mr. Moriarty, do you have employment lined up when you get out?
Yes.
You do. Where is that?
So I still own businesses in the states of Utah and Florida.
What type of businesses?
I have a transportation company, and I own a Dunkin' Donuts Baskin-Robbins combination. I had a security company prior, but I lost my licenses as a result of these convictions, and my ability to be a trainer as well. So I also always have mechanic work to fall back on. I am a master mechanic.
All right, Ms. Moriarty, thank you very much. We will hear now from the Office of Victim Services. You can listen, but please do not interrupt.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. DeJesus?
Yes, good morning, board members. I do have a victim on the line. She's via Teams, I'm sorry. This is your opportunity to unmute and address the panel members. I am to remind you that you are to address the panel members only, and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Hope Bellevaux, and I am Jace's mom. I'm here today representing Jace's dad and Jace's brother, too, who is also sitting here with me. I want to start by saying that Jace and Mr. Moriarty were friends, which from the very beginning, from my perspective, has added a great degree of empathy for Mr. Moriarty. Sorry. I'm so nervous today.
It's okay, take your time.
Throughout the entirety of the sentencing, I advocated that Mr. Moriarty received more services and programs during his incarceration to help him achieve meaningful reformation in specific areas related to his crimes. While I'm very proud to see that Mr. Moriarty has taken advantage of some of the programs the correctional facility has to offer, I'm not seeing anything regarding cognitive behavioral therapy, victim awareness, or anything about therapy in relation specifically to his crime with Jace, or anything in taking mindful responsibility for his actions on August 15th of 2020. I just made a statement at the sentence modification hearing, and Judge Stango's takeaway was that he also didn't hear any responsibility coming from Mr. Moriarty. As a matter of fact, Mr. Moriarty opened his statement on record saying that he knew he wasn't deserving of early release. We understand that Mr. Moriarty is concerned for the welfare of his children, as we are. We understand that he also lost a child, his under apparently mysterious circumstances, so he said, and he feels that he's the best choice to parent his children. And while our heart breaks for Mr. Moriarty, we feel very differently, since it was his bad choices that led to our child's death. And this is the crux of the problem. If Mr. Moriarty cannot discern basic logic in life and the basic right and wrong in situations, then he's not ready. For us, Jace's family, the crux of the actual matter is our beloved and bitterly missed Jace. Mr. Moriarty may not have meant to give Jace fentanyl, but that is what he gave Jace. If he wanted to be responsible, there were several points along the way he could have done things differently and still, quote unquote, helped Jace. Instead of buying drugs, he could have taken Jace to the hospital, either to the ER or to the rehab they planned to go to later that same day. If he really wanted to buy heroin, he could have gotten a test kit to make sure that it actually was heroin, or only given Jace one bag and not the whole bundle, so Jace couldn't do too much at one time and gotten hurt if it wasn't actually heroin. Mr. Moriarty also could have stayed up and watched Jace administer the drugs and stayed awake to make sure that Jace was okay, and knowing that Jace was in a crisis state and knowing that there was so much fentanyl on the streets. But Mr. Moriarty didn't do any of this. And neither I, nor Jace's dad, nor Jace's brother have ever gotten this type of understanding of his crime from Mr. Moriarty. Now, Mr. Moriarty wants to be released to try to reestablish custody with his own children before he's even finished recovering and reforming from his negligent acts that led to the death of someone else's child, his own friend at that. If he has no understanding of any of this, what kind of parent will Mr. Moriarty ultimately be as his children journey through life? One day, if they, heaven forbid, suffer intractable pain, will Mr. Moriarty still believe it's okay to buy illicit drugs off the street to treat them? Or will he make some other grievous error in judgment that results in tragedy? According to my research, most people convicted of crimes where their negligence causes the loss of life of someone else, they're sentenced to approximately 10 years served. That's 10 years to meaningfully reform, utilizing all of the resources, programs, and therapies available at the correctional facility. Mr. Moriarty's current sentence allows him 4 years to achieve said reformation. And based on his usage of the programs, we feel that he can achieve that if he continues to use them wisely. But at this time, we are absolutely opposed to Mr. Moriarty's request for early release. That being said, we would be happy to revisit this at a later time after Mr. Moriarty has completed some cognitive behavioral therapy, victim awareness, or any other therapies targeted around his crime, specifically with Jace. And once Mr. Moriarty can show genuine, heartfelt, and mindful understanding of his negligence and responsibility in Jace losing their life. It isn't our intention to keep Mr. Moriarty incarcerated punitively or for longer than he needs to be to achieve meaningful reformation. As I stated in the beginning, Jace and Mr. Moriarty were friends, and Jace would have wanted them both to have made better choices. Looking back, Jace would also want their friend to find clarity and get better so he can get out and get working on custody of his children and start working on his health care. And I know Jace would tell their friend to stay strong and want them to know that they believe in him. And that's it. Thank you for your time. Thank you, board.
Thank you very much for coming forward with your statement. We appreciate it.
Thank you, board. That's all we have.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Moriarty, we are now going to discuss your case. We'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, that was just a powerful statement from the victim's family. Really,
Yes. She hit the nail
She-
right on the head.
she sure did. I felt like she was very open and understanding of the whole circumstance despite their tragic loss. For Mr. Moriarty today, you know, there are a number of things to consider. He's before us for several charges of sale of narcotics. With one of those, it's a reckless endangerment that involved the loss of life. For a drug overdose where he provided the drugs to a friend of his. Mr. Moriarty does score high for risk to recidivate. He has a number of risk factors that have not yet been fully addressed. The primary, I think, is his mental health and substance abuse. I think it appears he was given the opportunity to address the substance abuse by his participation in the Tier 4 program. He was unable to comply with the rules of the program to complete that program, which in the board's view is one of the top-notch programs in terms of addressing substance abuse and cognitive behaviors. To Mr. Moriarty's credit, he has been participating in CLIC. He has, which is a program geared toward parenting. He's on a waiting list for other programs that would benefit him when he returns to the community. He has completed the domestic violence program, and from the responses to my questions, I do believe that he benefited from that program. He says he's participating in NA, attending church. He does have a reasonable release plan that includes a halfway house and a sober house. He says he's a self-employed business owner. And I think he does have a reasonable plan in terms of his relapse prevention, which includes treatment. He did accrue 2 disciplinary reports. I think that there's some minimization to one of them that is concerned. So I go back to suitability for Mr. Moriarty. I do think that he has made some efforts to show offender change, but I think we're just not seeing true offender change in the sense of, which is evident through his inability to complete the Tier 4 program. I think that there's work to be done with acceptance of responsibility, understanding and following the rules. I do think that there's more work to be done with his understanding of his cognitive distortions and thinking errors. So at this time, I do not find Mr. Moriarty appropriate or suitable. Yes, suitable. I also do not have Mr. Moriarty coming back for a rehear. I think the programs that he has on his OAP that he's on the wait list for, and if voices, we can recommend voices be added to that, I think would put him in a very positive place in terms of providing him an opportunity to be successful in the community.
I absolutely agree with everything that you have said, Madam Chair, because that's exactly where I had him going not suitable today. I think he lacks the understanding of the seriousness of the charge. I'm hoping that we can add the Voices program to his list. And the fact that he was not able to abide by the rules of Tier 4, I consider to be pretty serious.
I do too. It's very problematic.
Yes. And so, yes, so I'm in favor, yes, to cut you off of what you said.
Thank you.
I agree. I think that his criminal behavior has spanned multiple towns and years of illicit activities that have compromised public safety, resulting also in the death of someone. I think the victim's family have extended a significant amount of grace to this situation, but after reading the extensive record and seeing so much in the history, this tangled web of relationships and children and mental health, I really think needs to be addressed in order for him to be successful and appropriate. So whatever programs that we can recommend in order to do that, I would be in favor.
Okay. And as we're talking this through, Mr. Moriarty mentioned his children several times. I think even the victim alluded to Mr. Moriarty and his children. I would add a parenting program to that as well. He is a mental health 3, so that is being addressed. So nature and circumstance, for institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Yeah.
Anything else? Is that Musasi?
No. Well, she talked about his criminal history.
You know, it doesn't rise to the level of the other concerns I think are more relevant, but it is extensive.
Looking at criminal history. In the matter of Brennan, Moriarty, 407-185 is motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And we will add in our written decision that we are hoping Mr. Moriarty will be afforded the opportunity for a parenting class and the Voices program.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Brennan Moriarty, 407-185. We will receive all this in writing. Okay, good luck to you.
Okay, is that a flat denial or come back after the completion of programs?
That's a denial because you don't have that far to your end of sentence. By the time you do those programs, you'll be there.
Voices is a 6-week program. I still have over 2 years left on my sentence.
Yeah, well, we did not recommend a rehear for you, Mr. Moriarty. There's other programs for you to take. Thank you.
Okay.
Simon, you're welcome.
Hi, Mr. Simon, good.
Good morning.
59, we're about to begin, okay?
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, February 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
I'm Ellen Zappo Sasser.
Joy Chance.
Good
Also
afternoon.
present is our, wait a minute, sir. Also present is our Office of Victims, Victim Service Advocate, Ms. DeJesus. Please state your name and inmate number for the record now, sir.
Robert Syman, 256201.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Robert Syman, 256201. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 7 years jail, followed by 10 years of probation for illegal sexual contact with an underage, the person under the age of 16. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 9th, 2025 at 50%. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed that the offender has completed Tier 2 in sex treatment program. He also remains on the wait list for job invoices, was recently added in September of 2024, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. And utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range for the static 99R. Mr. Syman, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
For one, I'd just like to say how sorry I am to the family and to Ella personally.
We don't, Mr. Syman, we refrain from using the victim's name.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Okay, so go ahead, go forward with your statement.
I would just like to say how sorry I am for all that has happened through everything. This is not something that, you know, I can ask forgiveness for, because I could probably never forgive myself for what had happened. I've for the last 3 years sat in a cell and thought how I could ever do this. I have 5 kids of my own, 2 of which are female. And it's I don't know, it's like it's pushing me to like have a mental break. There's no rhyme or reason for everything that's happened. And I know I can't fix it. If I could take it back in a second, I would. It's just I don't know. I've gone to mental health. I've set up a relapse program with my therapist / psychiatrist. I have family support. I have friend support. I have a fiance that's willing to support me through everything. I've done other programmings and got some understanding for how this has happened, and some understanding of how this should never happen again. And all I can do is ask to be able to move on from this point. I know it's not something that's ever going to go away. It's nothing I'm ever going to be able to get over. I'm going to have to work on it every day. It's almost like I would say like a drug addict. It's not something that in 2 years I'm going to wake up and say, okay, well, I'm done with that. I've fixed myself, because that's not how I see it. Like I said, I dwell on it every day. Every day I wake up, it's there. I just don't understand how I was capable to do it. It's unforgivable. There's no way that it's you know, it's not something you say, yeah, let's just move on from, because it's the pain that I caused the family and the victim is horrendous. I just don't understand how I did it, and that's one thing I'm trying to work towards now, and doing the programs and everything else. I tried to get everything I could out of them, and I believe you have all the information from that. And now I'm basically, like I said, I have 5 children of my own. I'm trying to explain it to them, my youngest being 13 and also being a female, to how their father was capable of doing something like this. And being here, I've asked the questions, I've got all the information that they gave me. I just don't see any further help while I'm here. I mean, either way it goes, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and it's still gonna be there. You know, it's still gonna be a thought. It's still gonna be in my head. It's still gonna be a question of why, and I don't have that answer. You know, right now, all I can say is that I'm physically trying to get help for what had happened, and there, like I said, there's no excuse. But it's definitely not excusable for what happened, and I don't see a reason for it. And it's a horrendous crime. It really is, and it's not something I'm ever going to live down.
Well, Mr. Syman, I appreciate all your opening comments. We have reviewed all the information in your file, as you had mentioned, different aspects of documents that are contained in your file. We reviewed about your participation in the programs. So having reviewed all of that information, we are going to ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
Then we have the Office of Victim Services will then be part of the hearing, and we will deliberate and give you our decision after that.
Okay.
Okay. And Ms. Zappo-Sasu is going to start with questions this morning.
Okay.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just going to ask you very directly, based on the offense that we're here to talk about today. In your statement, you said, "I'm sorry for all that has happened." Can you tell me what has happened? Because in the police report, you denied it, and the PSI, you denied it. At sentencing, you said you were sorry and remorseful. And in one of the reports, you finally admitted that you used a finger. So what are we talking about? What are you sorry for that has happened?
The whole thing, the touching, everything. I mean, the offense in itself is basically what I'm apologizing for. It never should have happened. Whether it was a hug or a touch or a rub or whatever, it just, you know, the whole incident. I couldn't believe it myself in the beginning, and that's why I was like that. When it came to me being sentenced and everything, I came to the realization that I actually had done the crime. You know what I mean?
The crime being the rape of
Yes.
a girl who was about to turn 15 the next day.
Yes.
Which includes sexual intercourse of a
Yes.
girl who was about to have her 15th birthday.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about, based on
Yes.
DNA and everything else.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for saying that, because that is at the crux of what we're talking about today. You've talked about, well, we've read about your childhood and some of the trauma attached to that. We've read about your history, criminal history. And you've talked about that even previous to this, that you've been in counseling. And while we don't need you to speak on the record about your mental and medical issues, because this is live streamed, I'm acknowledging that you yourself at one point in time have recognized that you needed therapy and help. And it seems to me by your statement here today that you're acknowledging that that needs to continue. In your programming that you've done, the short-term program for sexual offenders and or tier 2 and or what you've done within the mental health units, can you succinctly and concisely tell me some of the takeaways that you're going to use in the future?
I have more of an understanding of how bad and heinous the crime really is. And personally, I hate myself for doing it. Like, it's not something that'll ever happen again. And the programs themselves, I got understanding out of it, of how this happened. It made me see reasons in there of why this happened. It's not something, it's kind of hard to explain exactly what I've taken away from it. What I've learned is what not to do and how bad it is. That's the understanding and the takeaway from that. It's just working on myself and learning that I need help, that's never going to end, whether it be a psychiatrist, therapist, whatever. And this is also part of the plan that I have set up if I do get to go home. I have the therapist that was seeing before. I plan on getting back in with her if I can, if not another one or a psychiatrist immediately. It's definitely something that I need.
You're aware that you are going to be on the registry for 10 years.
I am very aware of that. I am also aware of the probation. And I believe, you know what? I deserve it. I deserve it because like I said, I don't understand why I committed the crime. That's the whole thing. I don't understand why. And I'm looking for that as to why, because it's just not in me to commit a crime like this. And as you said, you've had my crime history, drugs and stuff, and theft and burglaries and stuff like that. Never in my life did I ever think that something like this would happen, ever.
Well, and just my last question to you is, understanding that and knowing that you've been in and out of the judicial system, you have not done well on probation in the past. There have been violations. This probation would be 10 years where someone is going to be very involved in your life. And as you look for these answers, depending on whenever your eventual release is, I hope that you realize that those people are there to help you, as opposed to eluding having any type of relationship with them as you've done in the past. Do you understand what the role is that they will be playing in this new offense and your probation attached to it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do. And in the past, violations, I would just like to say that I had a drug problem back then. That was pretty obvious. And I believe that if I could have gotten help for the drug issue back then, or if I would have wanted, I should say, if I would have wanted the help back then, I wouldn't be sitting here today. The thing was, back then, I was dwelling on stuff from my childhood, and the only way to get away from it was the drugs. And once I realized that, I was out there for 14 years without anything. 12 years without anything. I believe that if somebody's willing to give me that chance and hold their hand out, I'm taking it. I'm taking all the help I can get. I mean, if I have to live with the guy, I will. This is how I feel. If I have to go into an inpatient program, I will. I'm looking to help myself. I'm not, I'm not saying, okay, yeah, let me go home and just live and leave me alone type of thing. I'm going to be actively looking to help myself. I don't ever want something like this to happen again. I mean, the pain and the anguish I must have caused it's ridiculous. There was definitely no reason for it.
You've spoken briefly about your relapse prevention plan as it relates to treatment and the instant offense. But I'm assuming that with your drug history that you're also going to need a relapse prevention plan to avoid substances moving forward as well.
Yes. I worked on that. The last time I got out of jail, that's how I actually made it as long as I did. Basically, what my plan is to go home for that is to get back into NAAA and to get another sponsor like I had before, because I had a sponsor in New York. And that helped me tremendously to stay clean.
Thank you for speaking with me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Syman, what did you identify as triggers, risk triggers?
As far as using?
Risk factors. No, so for using and more so for the sexual assault. When you went through treatment, what did you identify as risk factors?
Hanging out with the wrong people, talking to the wrong people, and ignoring a lot of the positive things in my life. I learned now, the more positive I stay and the more honest I can stay with myself, the more I can help myself, because the more honest I can be with other people. And being honest with other people like that and asking for help is the biggest thing in the world. I've never really had anything like that until I got that sponsor. And I never really, realized how easy it was to actually have a good life until that point. And like I said, I don't have any excuses for what happened, because there's no excuse for that. That it should have never happened. The bottom line is it should never happen, and it should never happen again. There's no rhyme or reason.
Well, you are right. It should not have happened. Why today do you admit that it happened? Because right up until when you had the sex offender evaluation, you said she didn't say no. You've denied throughout, as my colleague said, the sentencing, the pre-sentence report, and even as I just said in the sex offender evaluation, you still were unable to admit what you had done, that you had sexually assaulted this young girl.
Because I was told not to admit to it. I took advice from somebody I never should have taken advice from. And I believe that they were telling me what to do as being a good person or whatever. And I just shouldn't have done it. Because I realized afterwards that, I'm like, this is not getting me anywhere. I'm not getting any help for myself. I can't wake up every day feeling like this. That was the only way to get on the right path, was to come and be honest with everything and have everything come out in the open. There's no, there's no other way for it. You can't, a regular person as myself, I couldn't live with myself. Keep going like that and living with myself, I couldn't do it. It was literally eating me up inside every second of every day. I had to become honest, and everything had to come out.
So when we talk about your substance abuse issues, do you have a problem with alcohol?
No, I've actually never had a problem with alcohol But I do, when I do the meetings, I also do alcohol meetings.
So when you identify risk factors, right, you say, I saw alcohol as one of them. You have you have driving under the influence convictions in New York.
Yes, ma'am.
That I have several notations where alcohol has been an issue, and you still don't think it's a problem?
You know, you just brought that to my attention. I I never really realized that, to be honest with you. I thought we were going as it being, is alcohol an issue? Like, cause I don't have to drink. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could go to a party and not drink. I can hang out with people that are drinking and not drink. I've done it before. So that's why I said that it wasn't an issue.
Okay. You were using alcohol the night that this happened as well, correct?
Yes, I had a couple beers that night, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Syman. Ms. Chance, do you have any follow-up questions?
I did. So I was going to ask him whether he thought the alcohol played a role, but I decided to ask him. You said that you thought the feelings were mutual.
I did.
What feelings would those be? And what was going on with you? Why you would assume that of a 15-year-old girl?
You know what? I don't really know what was going on with me at that point, and
you weren't able to figure that out in the sex offender treatment program?
yeah, I got some information from that, but it didn't get into deep enough thought. That's why I had set up the relapse plan for when I go home, because I need more understanding of the whole thing. And their program, it gives you let's say starts to everything, but it doesn't give you like a finish. It doesn't get fully in depth, which I believe I need, which, I'm not denying it. I need more understanding of why it happened. I don't understand why I would ever do something like that.
So you said that you thought the feelings were mutual.
Yes, ma'am.
So what you're saying is that you felt the victim wanted you as much as you wanted her.
Yes, that's what I thought.
And if that was the case, why would she go and report it right after it happened?
I don't know. It was the next day. It was the next morning, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that question, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Were you in the relationship with your now fiance? I think you said you have a fiance.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a good relationship with her?
Yes, ma'am. I still do.
This is just very puzzling for me, Mr.
It is also for me, ma'am. That's
there's just something missing, and the concern that I have is that you did participate in the short-term sex offender program.
Yes, ma'am.
And must have had some idea. But all you said is that you learned what not to do. and that you need to work on yourself. But that is so vague that I'm just having some concerns about that.
Okay, I thought that she was attracted to me. If at that point when everything happened, like I said, I thought she had the same feelings. I now understand that she didn't, obviously. I just don't understand where those feelings came from. And that's what I said, that they didn't get really in depth with that program for that. I needed more, and that's what I'm asking for. I'm not here trying to say, oh no, I didn't do it.
Okay.
I'm here admitting to it and asking for help. I'm not saying, okay, just drop me off on the street and, let me go. It's not something I'm asking for.
Okay. You need to go through the group and get your counseling. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, Mr. Syman, just as a quick follow-up, you were out on bond while this case was pending for a while?
I was, ma'am.
Did they revoke your bond?
Yes, they did revoke my bond.
Did you bond it? Were you able to post bond again and get back out?
You know what? At that case, I wasn't going to. I wasn't going to at that point.
So they revoked your bond in April and you were sentenced in September?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while you were out on bond, what were you doing? Were you doing any treatment? Were you working? What was your life like while you were out on bond for those 18 months?
I wasn't doing any treatment. It was still like COVID / whatever. I'm sorry, that's a lie. Because I was with my therapist twice a week. That I was doing. I was talking to her. I was trying to figure out how this happened. She was trying to help me out with the whole situation. Other than that, I wasn't in any treatment or anything. Like I said, that was twice a week. I was working on that.
All right. And you have no disciplinary reports, which is good. We expect you to have good conduct, which allows you to participate in programs.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fix the problem. The only issue I ran into was the short-term program that I did do ran out. There was, there was nothing left for me to do. So it's like I went back into population, and I did the best thing I could do was do the vocational programs and job that they wanted me to do, and the tier 2.
All right. Well, we appreciate you answering our questions. We will now hear from the Office of Victim Services. And so you would stay there and listen, but please do not interrupt. Thank you. Ms. DeJesus?
Good afternoon, board members. I do have the guardian of the victim via Teams. This is your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and your concerns. I am to remind you that you are to address the panel members only. You may begin. Please hit *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Sarah. I'm the victim's mother in this case. I'm speaking on behalf of my whole family at this point. Hearing Mr. Syman admit for the first time what he did to my daughter, probably the hardest thing I've ever had to experience in my life. Because up until the day of his sentencing, everything was so nonchalant. So I didn't do it. This is a lie. I did nothing. And even at his hearing, when he pled guilty, it was, okay, what's going to happen if I just plead guilty? Does the time that I've been in jail count towards whatever I'm going to get? A 15-year sentence with less than half of it having to be served, in my opinion, is not enough for the life-changing harm that he has caused my daughter and my entire family. My daughter was not even 15 years old when this happened. It happened the day before her birthday. She spent her 15th birthday doing a forensic interview in a police station. It's a day that she'll never, ever celebrate again because of what this man did to her. Him not pleading guilty has caused her to question, him not admitting his guilt has caused her to question, question things that, that she shouldn't have to question as a young woman. She's been in therapy. She'll be in therapy for the rest of her life because of this. She'll never trust. She'll never be able to, to celebrate wins like a regular girl. Her virginity was taken by a man who misconstrued feelings from a 14-year-old girl. And he's sitting in a jail cell asking to get released 4 years early from a sentence that doesn't even begin to cover what he has caused for my family. When he was out on bond, he wasn't able to stick to the terms of his release. He was brought back in. He was out having a good time. He was on social media partying and just having a jolly old time, like nothing happened, like he did not ruin my daughter's life. I don't think that that's something that you get over. In his statement, he said that he doesn't think that there's any further help for him while he's in prison. I fully do not believe that statement. I believe that there are so many programs and so many treatment options that are available while you're incarcerated to really sit down and get to the why of what happened. If you don't understand the why, how are you going to be able to be released into society and be expected to not offend again? If you don't understand what's going on with yourself and where you're at mentally when this happened, how are you going to be able to move forward and to not expect this to happen again? I'm just asking that this board does not put anybody else in the position that my daughter was put into by releasing him early, by releasing him without a clear and concise understanding of exactly what he did, why he did it, and why he won't do it again. The outside triggers, the outside factors, the drug use, the alcohol use, I don't care about any of that. What I care about is the fact that a 14-year-old girl was sexually assaulted by a grown man, and he still does not understand why he did it. He should not be released into society to risk this again. When he was out on bond, he could not follow the restrictions. I don't think that that's changed. I don't think that 3 years of a 15-year sentence is even remotely enough to cover the damage that he has caused to my daughter for the rest of her life. I'm so grateful that you guys sent me a letter that I'm able to speak, and I mean, just thank you for your time, and I really just hope that you take these things into consideration. He doesn't understand what he did, and he's not ready to be released, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. You may hit *6 to mute again. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Ms. DeJesus. Mr. Syman, when did you finish the short-term sex offender treatment program? Did you finish that in October 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you participated in the interview for the evaluation in August 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify those dates. Ms. Zaposasu, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the theme that we've heard today, which was just reiterated by the guardian of the victim, is the why. And there are a lot of unanswered questions. I would feel better if we knew what some of those factors were that contributed to this crime. Mr. Syman has done programming, including Tier 2, the short-term sex offender program. And there is a note that he has participated in some programs on the mental health unit, but he has not done voices, which was added in September to his OAP. And I do believe that there's probably other programs as well that he could avail himself of. And I would like to start the conversation with recommending that for our deliberations.
Thank you. Do I agree with all that you've said. I do think that there is more work to be done with Mr. Syman. I appreciate that he successfully completed the short-term sex offender treatment program. He was able to identify his triggers and some risk factors. I still am concerned with his ambivalence or inability to really, I think, appreciate the gravity of his crime. And I say that because it took Ms. Sasu-Dapo 2 direct questions to get him to that point. And, you know, I look at the evaluation and there's still evidence throughout his evaluation of his inability to recognize, you know, that he sexually assaulted a minor child. And I say that because, you know, she didn't say no, just other statements by him, which lead me to believe that there is some concern still. As I said, he did complete the short-term sex offender treatment program. It was after the evaluation. I do think that he gleaned some insight from that. I have some concerns with his substance abuse. He did not do well on pretrial supervision. His bond was revoked for substance abuse. I'm concerned that he doesn't recognize his alcohol abuse, which is evident at many places throughout the documents that we've reviewed, how alcohol has had a negative impact on his behaviors. So I do think that Mr. Syman has some more work to do before he's suitable to be back in the community. Ms. Chance?
Yes, I guess my concern is that, yes, he did complete the short-term sex offender program, but I'm gonna use a word. It's his inability to understand the why and acknowledge exactly what he did to that child just before her 15th birthday. So whatever insights he thought he gained, he never shared here today. Telling the PO that he thought the feelings were mutual, but when I asked him after he completed the program what he meant by that, he couldn't say. So for me, that is a concern. He may have completed it, maybe gained some understanding. I don't know if he didn't want to mention any of it here, but that was a concern for me, and not acknowledging the fact that alcohol and or drugs may have played a role in however he was feeling or whatever he was doing. So my personal feeling is that today is not suitable, that he needs to do some more work on himself.
Okay, so nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim.
Yes.
Participation, because he could still do more, some voices still on his list, and inadequate evidence of offender change, or do we see some we do see some evidence.
There is some, but because of the serious nature of it, I wanted to hear more, and I didn't.
Okay. So in the matter of Robert Syman 256-201, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Mr. Syman, we think that you're making progress. We just really believe that there is more work for you to do to be successful in the community. The best of luck to you.
This concludes the hearing for Robert Syman 25620.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, Smelly.
Thank you, Mr. Jesus. I appreciate you today.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Blue,
Yes.
stand by for us. Mr. Blue, we're about to begin, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, February 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and must state your names on the record certified. They have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Sasso-Sasso.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Gregory Blue, 255773.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Gregory Blue, 55773. He is served a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 6 years jail with 5 years probation to follow for robbery first and assault second with a weapon without discharging a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 26, 2025 at 50%. There's no victim input.
He's 85%.
85%. I apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Yes.
There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any of his OAP programs to date. He remains on the wait list for educational referral, a job, and voices, and was discharged without prejudice from addiction services. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Blue, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir. You may begin. Thanks for the 85% correction.
No worries.
I vote.
Yes, I believe I should make parole because, well, I'm actually asking to be placed inside a halfway house so I could integrate back into society because I discharge next year anyway. So I'm not really asking to be pushed out into the streets like that. I want to be placed inside a halfway house so I could really get a job and integrate back into society. But you said that I didn't complete my OAP. I actually completed tier 2. So I did complete something in my OAP tier 2, but that's
Tier
basically.
2 as they discharge you without prejudice.
Were you discharged early from tier 2? Did you have a problem in tier 2?
No, I had a problem in tier 4, but I completed tier 2.
Okay.
Tier 2 is completed.
All right. So just for clarification, you were discharged unsuccessfully from tier 4, and then they allowed you to take tier 2 and you
Tier
finished
2.
that.
Yeah, and I completed tier 2.
Very nicely done, Mr. Blue. Okay. So we have reviewed all the documents in your file.
Yes.
And we've listened now to your comments. So I'm going to start with some questions, and when we're done with the questions, we'll deliberate and give you our answer. So, Mr. Blue, you're charged with a robbery first, and an assault second. And why were you involved in those cases?
Well, I was involved with the assault because I was defending my sister. And that's how it started out. It started off at a bar, and my sister was arguing with this person over a marijuana transaction, and I was defending my sister. So that's how it never was a robbery. It was an assault.
Okay,
And
you're charged with the robbery with a weapon. So that was there's evidence that a gun was displayed and that you had a knife. Is
Yes.
that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, and I do
But
have
nothing-
it that,
Oh, okay.
go ahead.
Nothing was ever taken from anybody, so it was never a robbery, and nothing was ever intended to be taken from nobody. Like I said, I was defending my sister in a marijuana transaction.
And then you have the assault second where you were trying to steal somebody's bike and somebody was stabbed in the process?
Yeah. That right there was a misunderstanding between friends.
Okay, so you had some discrepancy with what we were provided in terms of the police reports. But let's move forward. So you have a very long criminal history that involves a few escapes, 9 failed community supervisions. So you know that you struggle on community supervision.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
Because I was younger at this point in my life, and I was addicted to drugs, alcohol. So I was basically wanting to run the streets. Now I don't want to do that anymore.
Okay. Well, you're getting older now. You shouldn't want to run the streets, right?
Yeah.
You've done some federal time.
Yes,
So you should be done with being incarcerated.
I am.
Right. So you took the Tier 2 program, and you have some other programs on your OAP. What else do you think you need to help you live in the community without any troubles?
Probably some mental health type of programs. Like,
Okay.
I want to probably try to become a counselor so I can actually mentor the youth. Like, I want to teach the youth not to step in the footsteps that I made, the path that I made. I want to try to mentor the youth in some way, some form.
Okay. Well, we find that individuals who have life history, have that lived life experience are the best mentors.
Yes.
But one of the other areas that I think is very concerning for us today, not just the charges and your discharge from the Tier 4 program, but you have all these disciplinary reports. And, they're for a couple for intoxication. They're very recent. They're, less than a year ago. So why are you struggling to follow the rules at the prison and avoid the substances?
Probably because of the lack of programming and not being, it's just being in the cell all day, not being able to contribute to any programs. Like, I've been writing for years now to get in some programs and been pushed on a waiting list. Like, when I started tier 2, it was just recently, only like a couple months ago, and I've been writing for years now to be put on the tier 4, the voices. It's been years, and I'm now getting in those programs. So that's one of the main reasons.
Okay. So, but you were writing to get in the Tier 4 program. Then you get in, and then they unsuccessfully discharged you.
Yeah, but and that was kind of wrong too. That was kind of wrong too, because it was just over a simple argument with a person that they discharged me. I had an argument and voiced my opinion to somebody, and they discharged me. But they let him stay and discharge me.
Well, I don't know all the intricate details of what happened. I know that it is our experience that generally people are not just discharged for one thing. You know, there's usually a little bit of latitude because it's hard to get into the Tier 4 program, and it's a privilege to do it. So let's talk about what you need going forward. So you want to go to a halfway house.
Yeah.
You said that, you know, you're right. You don't have much time to the end of your sentence, but you do have 5 years probation to kind of turn things around.
Yes.
Right? And probation has a lot.
With probation, right, I would just be pushed right out into the streets. And that's something I don't want to do. I want to integrate back into society. I want to get a job and do some other type of programs while in the halfway house, because like I don't have a lot of time left, and I just don't want to get pushed right back into the streets.
Well, a couple of things, Mr. Blue. You know, our job is to determine suitability for release to the community, and so far, you have not presented yourself as being suitable. You score high for risk to recidivate, and you know, with your criminal history, that you know is a correct assessment. You did not do well in the Tier 4 program. You say you completed Tier 2, and if you did, we applaud you for that. You know, you had not done well in terms of your behavior at the facility. We expect individuals coming before the board to not have any problems, you know, to follow the rules. Because if you can follow the rules there, you can certainly follow the rules in the community. You do have 5 years probation. Probation has pretty much all the same resources as parole. So I think you'll do well. But for today, you definitely have not presented yourself, and you know this, as being suitable for release to the community.
Yeah, I know that.
You've been here before, you know, and you know what you need to do to be successful in the community. At age 42, I'm sure you can figure it out.
You're right.
Ms. Chance, do you have any questions?
I have no further questions. I agree with everything that you said.
Ms. Zappel?
Just to piggyback on what you've heard from my colleague, you know, one of the statements that you made was that you thought you were catching tickets because you didn't have anything to do to occupy your time. There are other things that you could be doing, even though you're waitlisted for some of the other programs. There's positive programs that you could engage with in order to advance yourself. So I encourage you to do that to the best of your ability.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we're in agreement that we don't find Mr. Blue suitable for discretionary parole today. Criminal history for institutional adjustment, inadequate offender change, and participation. Okay. So in the matter of Gregory Blue, 255-773, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: criminal history, poor institutional adjustment, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Blue, we appreciate you coming for us today. Good luck to you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Gregory Blue, 255-7730.
You can go back.
Hi, Mr. Corey, how are you?
I'm all right, how are you?
We're about to begin, okay?
Good
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, February 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify their reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
I'm Ellen Zappo-Sassoon.
Joy Chance,
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Robert Corey, 440896.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Robert Corey, 440896. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years and 6 months jail, followed by 5 years of probation for the sale of narcotic substance, stealing a firearm, carrying a pistol without permit, illegal possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle, breach of peace second, and interfering with officer resistance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 16, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed domestic violence to date. He's currently participating in Tier 2, which ends on the 24th of February and is waitlisted for job invoices to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Corey, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir. You may begin.
I believe I should get granted parole because, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Like, I've done everything I was supposed to. I'm trying to show that I'm not the same person I was when I came in, I guess. I'm just trying to get back to my kids. So really.
Okay, well, we've reviewed your file and all that you've done since you've been incarcerated. We reviewed about the charges. So we'll ask you some questions. That'll help with that. Okay? And Ms. Zappo-Sasso will begin with the questions this afternoon.
Mr. Corey, you're here before us for not 1, not 2, but 6 serious offenses that we're here to discuss. And at such a young age, I'd like you to just kind of go through some of these offenses and tell me what was happening in your life at the time that all this was occurring.
Well, I mean, everything kind of happened like in a short period of time. I was going through a lot, just not really knowing how to cope, I guess. I was just turning to drugs, and that's kind of what came with it.
A lot was going on and you turned to drugs.
Like what I'm saying is I was arrested a lot in a short period of time. So like I was going through a lot. Like me and my son's mother split up. I was going through a lot of family stuff. Like I guess I just turned to drugs to cope. And like I don't know. Just life decisions, I guess.
Okay, but looking back at that period, have you thought about what you could have done differently?
Yeah, I mean, instead of drinking and getting high, I mean, I could have reached out for help. Could have went, my mother, anyone.
Right. And, in terms of the offense involving, the probation officers coming to your house, which then turned into a domestic, which then turned into the police responding, which then turned into one of your victims having to be revived due to the exposure to fentanyl, and the entire town had to respond. So in terms of overall community impact, the amount of drugs and then the introduction of guns, it's just not a good look. You were also, I believe, on probation at the time?
No, ma'am, I was on pretrial probation.
Pretrial probation, thank you. So I guess I'm just struggling with, are you taking responsibility at this point? Because a lot of what the reports that I read, there appeared to be limited responsibility and that you minimized some of what was occurring at that time. So in terms of the drugs, what I read was that you were addicted to pain pills.
Yes, ma'am.
What other drugs were you experimenting with at this time?
Really just cocaine and alcohol, really.
And were you selling to support your habit?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were your children at the time that you were doing all this? Were they with you?
No, my son lives with his mom,
Where is that?
Massachusetts.
And what about the 2-year-old?
That was his mom, but they live in Windsor Locks.
Do you see either of them?
I haven't seen either of them in the past 2 years. I've been in jail now.
Do you have relationships with the mothers of your children?
I talked to my oldest mom, yeah, but since I've been in jail, I haven't talked to the youngest, no.
Okay. In tier 2 that you're currently enrolled in, can you talk to us about what you've been learning, and if you can tell us what type of strategies you're working on?
Really just learning better ways to cope, I guess. I'm more of like a person that kind of like bottles up their emotion, and that's tier 2 is kind of helping me get me better coping skills. Other ways of just not really bottling it up, not just, you know, I could talk to somebody. It's not all on me, I guess.
You're very young, Mr. Corey. There's a lot of life left to live if, in fact, you can conquer some of these demons that have dominated the last few years.
Yes, ma'am. It's
So,
definitely I'm young.
So what about the domestic violence program? We did see that you received a certificate from there. What were the takeaways from that program?
Basically don't try to force nothing. If basically don't keep myself around in toxic situations. Like if I see it's not working, don't force it. Really, that was the biggest thing with that female. Because we didn't get along. We still try to force it. Kind of blew up, and here I am now.
How are you handling your substance issues? Have you dealt with the cravings? And when in terms of tier 2, I noticed that there's a contraband discipline report, and then there's some others a year or so ago.
Yeah, well, when I first came to jail, the contraband tickets, I was drinking a lot. I'm not gonna lie, and then the past one. I tried to, it's funny because I tried to smoke and I got caught like in the middle of it and went to SAG. So obviously trying to do things in jail is not working out, and trying to do things outside of jail didn't work out either. So yeah, pretty much that's something I'm gonna have to deal with.
Have you discussed in tier 2 what a relapse prevention plan is?
We're actually discussing that right now.
You put any thought into what your plan might look like?
Well, I mean, like my plan is to go home, get a job, like, you know, a schedule, but that's everyone's plan, and not everyone, like, it doesn't work for everyone, I guess. So it's really just programs. I'm gonna try and stay in the programs.
Are you talking about programs on the outside when you are released?
Yes.
Have you identified any of those programs that might work for you?
No, not really. It's kind of something I'm looking into right now. That would be another thing. Like if I did get parole, I don't have anywhere to parole to. I would like to parole to like a halfway or sober house or something.
Right. Have you been using your tablet to look for potential employment?
No, I didn't even know you could do that.
You can use your tablet, from what I understand, for both employer opportunities as well as to set up release plans for recovery, such as the C-Car tab and other types of things. Well, thank you for speaking with me, Mr. Corey. I'm going to turn it back over to the chair for any other questions.
Thank you. So I'm just going to follow up with a couple of things. Mr. Corey, we're all going to keep saying this. You're so young, right? You're so young, and there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of for you to turn this all around. But really, that's entirely up to you. It's entirely up to you to use those skills that you seem to be able to identify from Tier 2. Skills that you're learning in domestic violence in order to have good relationships, especially with the mothers of your children, right? And any other relationships going forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Why weren't you working?
So I was on house arrest, and they wouldn't let me get a job, to be honest. Like, it's not that I didn't want to work. I couldn't work. I was on house arrest since August 2022, I believe, up until the time I was arrested.
House arrest for pretrial while you were out on bond? Okay, so you were on house arrest. But what about before that? Why weren't you working before that?
I did. I had a job in Maine, and that's how I meant, like, when I had a lot of, like, I didn't really know how to cope with what I was going through in my life, I guess, because me and my son's mother split up. We were moving from Maine. I just left my job in Maine, and I think it's kind of wrong.
Okay, so let's think about that scenario you just described. You had a lot going on. You didn't know what to do. You've almost just about finished Tier 2. You talked about learning some coping skills. You know a little bit about now how to have better relationships. If you look back at that situation, tell me how it could have played out differently.
Well, if I could go back now, I would have never left my job in Maine. I would have stayed up there.
Okay. So you left that job in Maine to come back with your girlfriend, the mother of one of your children?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So suppose you did leave the job and still come back with her. How could things have been different? What should you have done when you got back here that could have been made for a positive transition?
I could have found a job instead of just went and drinking with my friends. I mean, it would have been a smart thing is to come back here and get a job instead of, going getting drunk.
I do hear that slowly but surely you're figuring things out. When I heard you say that, you're doing things wrong you did things wrong on the outside, or you made poor decisions on the outside, you make poor decisions on the inside, and you're seeing the consequences of those poor decisions.
Sure, I definitely am. And I lost 2 years of my son's life, yeah.
Yeah. Your life and, more importantly, your son's life.
Yeah, it's the biggest thing about it all.
When you were on probation in Massachusetts, were you taking any programs, doing any kind of service, involved in any services?
Probation in Massachusetts?
Yeah. No? Okay.
I was never on probation in Massachusetts. This is my first adult anything.
Okay, so as a kid, because we don't really talk about that, but as a kid, when you were in Massachusetts, a younger, did you do any programs when they were monitoring you? So my whole juvenile record, I did programs and all types of groups and throughout the whole thing. So most likely yes, but I don't really remember. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So you filled the seat, but you didn't really get much out of it.
Okay. I know mostly the juvenile stuff. Yeah, I did a lot of programs and groups and residentials and yeah.
So let's talk about being back in the community. What you said, you need a halfway house. What do you think you could gain from being at the halfway house? What is your plan?
Well, I mean, in a halfway house, I'll be able to slowly get back in the community. I need to get my own place to live, a car, license, job,
So what order does some of that stuff go in? The halfway house is very restrictive offers a lot of opportunity to get back on your feet. Very restrictive, though.
Mhm.
You know, it takes a strong mindset.
I was about to say the first step would definitely be getting a job. I mean, I know in a halfway house you can't have a car or nothing like that. So that would definitely be last step. But yeah, job's definitely first step.
What kind of work were you doing in Maine?
I worked at a place called Purvis. I was a machine operator. They made COVID swabs.
That's good experience. Have you thought at all about putting together a resume or something that spells out your work history?
No, not really. I'm not gonna lie, no.
Okay. All right. That's another thing that the halfway house can walk you through. Right. Nowadays, you don't really apply by paper. Right. Everything is on the computer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So you get a job. Then you don't. Have you ever had a driver's license?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had your own apartment?
Yes.
I saw that you said you have support from your mother. Is she in Connecticut or Massachusetts?
My mother's in Connecticut.
Okay. Yeah. Is she somebody that you can count on? Is she supportive?
Yeah, she was letting me stay at her house when I was on house arrest up until, the whole incident. She said I can't go back there no more, but
Okay. When you are in the community, whether it's on parole or not, what programs do you think you should do?
I'm definitely gonna be in a drug program. I know that. But other than that I feel like drugs is really the root to all my problems. So I'm gonna start there.
Oh. And until you can get into a drug program, what could you do? Ms. Zaposasso just mentioned to you CCAR. It's a place that it's not a treatment program, but it's all about sober living, sober supports. There are probably 5 or 6 different locations in Connecticut.
You said that was called what, Miss?
CCAR, CCAR.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure the halfway house will know all about it. But there's AA meetings, NA meetings, people that you can get support from if you make good decisions about who to reach out to.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see yourself being successful in the community?
I mean, yeah, I don't really see myself failing.
I'm just checking in. Okay, Mr. Corey, thank you. Ms. Chance?
Yeah, so when did you figure out that substance is playing a role in your behaviors?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really notice until like 6 months ago when I did the Tier 2 program the first time in Cheshire. I've always kind of just been like one of those people that's like, nah, like, I don't got a problem. Until it kind of, hit me in the face. Facing a lot of time in jail,
Yeah. And I say that because you received the 4 DRs.
Yeah.
And one was because you disobeyed an order.
Yeah.
And so you talk about wanting to be at the halfway house. And Madam Chair mentioned to you about all the rules that you have to follow there.
Yeah.
So you think you'll be able to follow the rules there when you can't follow it during your incarceration here?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, I do.
Why didn't you follow the rule when you were told you can't use the phone without permission?
just stubborn, I guess. I don't really have an explanation for that. I just came in, just stubborn. I was looking at a lot of time, young. Couldn't really tell me anything, I guess. Not that same person.
So you're still young. You're only 23. And so what is your mindset in terms of following the rules, knowing, understanding when you need help, when you're struggling with something that you really need to reach out for help? And you haven't been able to do that so far. So how are you going to do that when you're at the halfway house?
I'm gonna have the reminder of coming back here. That's the biggest thing. I've had 2 years to sit here and not want to be here. I want to go back to my kids. I'm never gonna put myself in a position to lose them again. You know.
So you're into your 2, and I know you're going to finish. What would you say are your triggers? What causes you to use?
I'm more of an emotional person, I guess. Probably people. I'll say the biggest thing is people.
So going forward, what do you do about that?
Who do I keep around us? Keep those people away from me, really. You're not bringing me no good. There's no reason to be around.
Yeah, but I'm going to remind you, Mr. Corey, you're 23 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, regardless of what you think, whether you should or shouldn't be around the person, it's not going to last for long. So you have to figure out what is it that you're going to say to the person, and then how you're going to move on. Right?
Yeah, I guess I never really thought about it like that.
Okay, so the chair mentioned C-Car, so I hope that you will connect with them regardless of what decision we make today.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully your mother will be there as a support for you.
Faithful
Okay.
she will be.
Okay, good luck. I'm all set and done.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. All right, so Mr. Corey, we're going to deliberate about your case, so just sit tight while we do that and give you our decision in just a few moments.
All right.
Okay. So this case, again, I'm going to say it, Mr. Corey is very young, and he was even younger when he incurred these charges that include guns and drugs, which are extremely serious charges. As a result, he is going to be listed on the Deadly Weapons Offender Registry. So he's got that to contend with. And as much as he appeared a little stoic today, I do think that we're seeing the beginning of a mind shift. But I guess I'm struggling with the two sides of, he's telling us that he's not the same person that he was when he came in. But in order to do that, Mr. Corey, you need to be the person that shows us that you're engaged in your recovery, that you're following rules, that you're asking for help, and that you're using your time wisely. And to me, that means asking people within the facility for help as well. You didn't know about your tablet or job searches or C-Car or, working on your resume, maybe putting something together so that you're ready to get a license when you come out. There are other positive programs too that I think you would benefit from, including parenting programs. So as much as I do appreciate that there is some emerging offender change, and it seems that your mindset is it's changing away from the you can't tell me anything, being stubborn, being angry. You are starting to recognize this, and you do have a lot of life left to live. And I hope that you embrace what the potential is for you to do while you're literally incarcerated, because your options are limited. And I would suggest that instead of engaging in contraband and those types of things, that you use your time for good. To my colleagues, I don't believe that Mr. Corey is ready today. I believe that we've seen some evidence of offender change, but it's still to this point inadequate. And I think that the release plan is significantly lacking in detail as well. I guess we could also talk about criminal history or nature and circumstance. I'm open to conversation.
All right. Well, I agree with everything that you put forward. I think Mr. Corey is we've all keep saying he's young. He was very young when all these charges occurred. Between the ages of 20, 21, 22, 23. He's 23 now. He has 5 years of probation. He does score high for risk to recidivate. It has to do with his criminal history, his education, employment. I do hear evidence of offender change. I think I do hear from Mr. Corey the benefits of the Tier 2 program. I do hear the benefit in his release plan of going to the halfway house. I do think if he was a machine operator, he has some employment skills. I'm not sure to what degree that is. I think he's benefited from the domestic violence program as well. I think I'd like to give Mr. Corey an opportunity to go out on parole. He's got till August of 2026, approximately, if my dates are accurate. And then he's got probation after that. So I'd like to consider giving him an opportunity out on parole. I know that disciplinary reports are a concern. He has done the Tier 2 program since the last one. And he will finish that in just another week or a couple of days, actually, on Monday. Thank you. That's what I was thinking. Ms. Chance, what are your thoughts?
The guns are the most bothering part to me. Stealing the guns, not having a permit, having it in the car. They are very concerning for the young people. Yes. And I know he's currently in Tier 2. I think what I heard from him, what he expressed mostly today, is wanting to be there for his children. But he said he didn't know any better when he was out there doing all of that. I am truly wondering whether he should get that parenting program before going out. His release plan, I know his release plan is concerning. He doesn't have any employment. He didn't know that he could have access to his tablet. And he needs to have some stuff set up in the community. So I don't think he's ready right now. I do think he needs a better relapse prevention plan and a release plan.
Okay.
And I certainly agree with what I agree with you know, the feedback from both of us, but in terms of whether he's ready to go now, I don't see that as a possibility right now.
Okay. So are you, reasons for denial, inadequate evidence of offender change, and what else?
I think Ms. Gaposasso,
What did you have? No, Mr. Corey.
okay, see,
See. Yeah. So I had inadequate release plan.
mhm,
But I also wanted to discuss with you nature and circumstance, because there were guns involved, there were probation officers trying to make a visit, the police had to respond. I don't know whether there were children present, but I know there was at least one victim.
Okay, so nature and circumstance.
so I had inadequate or institutional in nature and circumstances.
For institutional nature and circumstance and inadequate of a offender change. Is that it?
Is that 3 or is it 4?
I have, and do you want to do institutional program participation? 4?
No, offender change, inadequate offender change, and release plan. Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to vote in the majority with my colleagues based on Mr. Corey walking out of the hearing room, which is disappointing.
Because remember, I asked if he's going to listen.
Yeah, so let's move to our decision here. So in the matter of Robert Michael Corey, 440896, I make a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, poor institutional adjustment, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. All right. And the record will reflect that Mr. Corey left the hearing room prior to the rendering of the decision.
This concludes the hearing for Robert Corey, 440896.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Give us 1 minute, okay?
Who is
All right.
that?
Mr. DeJesus.
Yes,
Give us a minute, okay?
all right, take your time.
Need to stay out of the hot.
Okay, we're about to begin, okay, Mr. DeJesus?
I have to
Yes.
leave.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, February 21st, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and by state your names on the record, certified you have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zaposasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Samuel DeJesus, 360819.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Samuel DeJesus, 360819. He is serving a sentence of 9 years and 8 months jail flat for 2 counts of sale of narcotic substances, possession with intent, narcotic substance, a violation of probation with the underlying attempt to commit crime of illegal sales of a pistol, and attempt to commit crime with the underlying firearm trafficking, and conspiracy to commit illegal sale of a pistol. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 26, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Tier 4, Voices, Alternative to Violence, and the Alternative to Violence Advance. He is currently participating in the Intensive After program, which will end February 28, 2025. He's waitlisted for a job in Good Intentions, Bad Choices, and he was also discharged from People Empowering People on 2/19/2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. DeJesus, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
I thank you for this opportunity, first and foremost. First, I would like to take accountability for my actions and the past actions. I would like to express sincere remorse for my actions and the wrongdoings that caused me to be incarcerated. I apologize to the families and the people I hurt. During this period of time incarcerated, I had to change. In order to change, I had to show change by actions and my way of thinking for no one else but myself first. Then my values. So me reevaluating myself, I chose to separate myself from negative talks and negative scenarios. Learning that every action doesn't deserve a reaction. Sometimes walking away is the best solution. Doing so, the end result kept me out of trouble and ticket free. Part of my rehabilitation, I took part in heed of as many programs I could do. The program that I took part and completed was Voices, Alternative Violence, Advanced Alternative Violence, Criminal, which is a program that I'm doing out in the community through correspondence courses out of Clearwater, Florida, which is an ongoing program, Tier 4, Aftercare, and People Empower People. Alternative violence and advanced alternative violence really hit home for me. Especially advanced alternative violence, which was taught by sweet elderly ladies, Mary Ellen and Sandy. They are phenomenal, strong, amazing women that are survivors of the act of violence. They opened my eyes to what is alternative violence and teaching me that not only the act of violence can hurt victims, but the victims' families too. The pain that families endure, the aftermath of losing someone, how traumatic it is when causing harm into the victims. They explained all their stories. One of the teachers expressed how distraught she was because she lost her daughter and could have put an end before it started for word. The other teacher was sharing her experience of being a victim herself. These scenarios really hit home and gave me the understanding of the aftermath of the act of violence. Voices broke down different scenarios of the act of violence, what types of violence that can hurt victims and the solutions you could use. Criminal teaches me different methods, such as the effect of using and distributing drugs, being a better parent,
and what being absent could cause to a child, how to treat others in more courses. Tier 4 was a challenge. Overall, it was a 6-month program that applied structure. It was 211 rules, tedious but powerful. Tier 4 is broken into 4 phases. Phase 1, 14 classes. Phase 2, 16 classes. Phase 3, 18 classes. Phase 4, 8 classes. Each course taught me causes of triggers and solutions and the use and effect of drugs. Examples of the 211 rules was up and dressed at 7:30, which would get your body ready for work. Cleanliness, no entertainment, TV, working out till 2:30, chores and more. Tier 4 has programs within such as AA, NA, lifestyles, AWOLs, leave the yellow line behind. It was mandatory that I attend 3 of them per week. Each program shares people speaking their story. Hearing everyone, including my story, taking heed to them showed me that I can't handle situations if I ever find myself in these scenarios and how I can ask for help. Tier 4 basically teaches accountability, preparation, responsibilities, and how to handle adversities and the solutions if ever caught in these scenarios. Aftercare program kept structure of everything that Tier 4 applied. People empower people, taught me the outlooks of adversity of how to handle them. Each program hit home. I'm bringing each method that I learned out of every program back into society, applying it to the community, if could be, especially Tier 4 and the AVPs, because that really struck home. For schooling, I tried to get in the carpentry I was on the waiting list, the barber, CNA, but being persistent, I had books sent in CDL and English literature and learned by myself. My biggest regret and moment of clarity is when my son told me that when he was a kid, he would be nothing like me and being a better dad than me, expressing himself, what he endured growing up fast to help his mother, explaining how it felt to have a dad and him not being around. It hurt me knowing that I hurt my son, which is my heart. My son is a teenager and at his rebellious stage. My plan is getting home and teach my son coping mechanisms to help him in his life path so he doesn't have to endure what I went through. If granted parole, I have a job with my uncle unloading trucks and loading, and another job with my other uncle that owns his plumbing company. I am furthering my education by going to CDL and Allstate in Seymour, Connecticut, with the help of my supporting cast, of course. On my days off, I am going to the Boys and Girls Club out of Southern West Youth that is located in Norway, volunteering community service and youth, including my son. Mentoring the youth, being a voice, a big brother, sharing my experiences to them of how I made poor decisions, and they cost me 14 years of my life in jail because of me thinking I had to sell drugs, hold guns because of the environment I grew up in, thinking that was the only outlet. Which the sensible thing and the responsible thing to do is to change environments, work 2 jobs, but ask for help. Showing the youth there is a way in different outlets, different scenarios than getting a gun, selling drugs, that the most important thing, there are different outlets. I'm also going to attend a program also called Family Tree that I looked up, was located in Norwalk on Mont Street. Responsible, basically showing me that I can be a responsible citizen. So I'm asking y'all, can y'all please let me back out in the community and be a responsible citizen and prove not only to myself, but to the community and my family that I will no longer hurt the community, and I will help and show more remorse and compassion and Great. I really would like to guide my son through the 2 years of high school and help him get through college. Try to make it to his high school's graduation. Can you please grant my wish? Please and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeJesus. That was very thorough. Just so you know, we also have read all the information about the programs that you've taken and the charges that you're here before on. So we are very well versed in your case today, but your insights into the program were very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chance is going to begin with questions this afternoon, and then we will ask follow-up questions if needed.
Right.
Before I start, can I clarify about the DRs? Because it says here
they're old.
So he has none that's incarceration. Okay, that's all I need to know.
7, so.
Yeah, I read that. So, Mr. DeJesus, just in reviewing all your information, you have some very serious charges here. Very concerning. And not only that, you are on special parole.
Yes.
Okay? You are on special parole and you are on probation.
Right. Right, well.
That was not so long ago, and here you are today asking to let you back out. So, you have a substance abuse score of 4, and you said that you didn't have any problems with drugs or alcohol.
Right.
So what are you saying today?
Basically, what I'm saying is with the programming that was provided me, I found different outlets and how to control anything but using that resource. And basically saying that if I could apply myself in here, I could definitely apply myself out in the community.
Okay.
And
so my question was, you denied having a problem with drugs or alcohol. So are you now saying that you do have a problem with drugs and alcohol?
Yeah. Part of being tier, but yes, part of being tier 4, part of being in tier 4, and what's the name, which basically.
That's why I'm asking you, because I'm reading based on what you told the parole officer.
Right.
And here you are talking about tier 4. So it's just for you to say yes or no. Are you acknowledging that you did have a problem with alcohol and drugs?
Yeah, I would acknowledge it. I'd say I would need a lot. I would have needed a lot of help back then. So that's why I gave the answer no right there and then, because I felt like I learned. I felt like it taught me more. Like it was a challenging task, 6 months of just hardcore structure and then owning up to everything. So that being said, I don't want to look. I chose to say no because I don't want to look at the past. I don't want to look at the past, so I'd rather just say,
Mr. DeJesus,
yes.
For your drug score, which is a 4, whether or not you stayed clean and sober during your incarceration,
right.
Once you have a problem with drug, you're going to be an addict from now on, especially with a high drug score. So saying you don't have a problem is an issue, because you could say you're an addict in recovery.
Right.
So I don't know how much understanding you gained from doing tier 4. I hear you saying things that you have written down.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, you are an addict in recovery.
Part of the reason listening and speaking out is to basically say that, listen, this was me, but moving forward, I don't want to be labeled as that. I don't want to be labeled as my past, and not just the drugs, just my prior actions before. Like that was what I was taught. Part of that is just owning up to it. This was me, but don't let it reflect on you. Don't basically be judged by it. Be judged by it just because you had an addiction problem or a recovery doesn't define you. Because as experience, my family was majority addicts from mother wisdom, and she's been 20 years clean. So that being said, she also gave me an insight of that. You not only does that define you, but you can forget about that because she's known as this, not what she's known as Maria DeJesus, not known as addict before.
So clarify something for me. Our information said that you were discharged from the People Empowering People without prejudice, but you said you completed it.
We complete next week, actually. We complete next week, which is an ongoing program. I don't know why I said I was discharged when I just currently went there yesterday. So we complete it next week, and if you want to follow up, y'all could if y'all want. But we completed that. We complete next week, and that's next week or 2 weeks. So I'm currently in People Empower People. So what I learned.
Just to clarify, Mr. DeJesus, they do have him on the RT as currently in it and also has discharged without prejudice. So they have 2 days in there recently right now. They're conflicting dates, however, they do have it in there as well.
Okay, I still don't get that, so I'm gonna pass on it. So, Mr. DeJesus, I want to say I understand that you were previously selling drugs, and when you were asked to identify a high risk, it said not being able to pay your bills. But you said during the interview with the PO that you were selling drugs to pay your bills and your child support. But what about a job, and why weren't you employed?
Basically, I didn't know how to handle adversity, and that was my fault partially on my last bids, because instead of asking for help, I chose to be hard-headed and stubborn and say that I can't handle this, and that led up to poor decisions. And basically, to sum it all up, I was an idiot. I was an idiot that said what an idiot says. And that's not the answer at all. Like what I want to do, like I said, from now on, is to work 2 jobs, and I have 2 jobs currently waiting for me. So I know with just applying myself in the programs, the methods that taught me, I know that I can and will get 2 jobs to avoid any altercation, any references of child support and bills, the stress that pile up.
What was the CNA? Did you say you did a vocational program? Was it, or you wanted to?
I was on the waiting list. I wrote numerous requests of being on CNA, barbershop, carpentry. But what I did, since I was on the waiting list, I had books sent in on English literature and CDL, which I plan on furthering my education on CDL.
So you were on the list for CNA, barber, and what was the other one?
Carpentry.
Carpentry.
Right.
And you didn't get on either of those lists?
No, they just wrote back requests, which I do have requests saying that you're on the waiting list, be patient. You're on the waiting list, be patient, because I was persistent on top of that. So I wrote every week as many times.
So now you want to do CDL?
So I read up on it, and basically I have my license now. I have my license now, and with the research.
Which license?
Driver's license.
Okay.
Driver's license. So with the research and the help of my supporting cast, I found out that Allstate Seymour, Connecticut, besides Nets, was another CDL, in which I will apply with the help of my supporting cast, paying off $4,500 to get in the CDO, and I will take classes for a month or two, depending on if it's a class A or class B or C. A class B or C takes 2 to 3 weeks, and a class A would take 6 to 8 weeks. So that's why I researched into that. And as far as English literature, I just had to basically keep my mind focused and out of the way, out of distractions.
Okay, so you're telling me that past 13 years of criminal history, which includes selling guns, narcotics, that today, after completing the Tier 4 and the Voices and the Alternative to Violence, Basic and Advanced, that you have completely made a 360-degree turn?
Well, the biggest difference between my past and now is that my values changed. Like everything that got taken away, I value it more, knowing that it's taken away because of my stupidity and naiveness of me being younger and past poor decisions and me not knowing outlets and really just not taking heed and taking what's changed. The fact is that I'm a better me. I'm today, not yesterday. I'm willing to put my future instead of looking into my past in front. I'm willing to put my future in front. And that being said, showed me that I changed my ways over the way, and I let my actions speak louder than my words. As you can see, that's the difference. My values change, and I change my thought process. In order to change your thought process, you got to change everything about you. You have to change everything about you. And that's what I chose to do this month compared to the last ones. As you can see, the tickets and the programs, I had lack of programs my last one. I have amped them enough. I chose to walk away from numerous scenarios in jail, knowing that this is a negative environment. I didn't put myself around situations. So I feel like I'm a better me, and I'm ready to just grow up and really be there. Like I had numerous of times, and I should have, and that was my apologies. I should have learned this prior before. It should have never took me this long.
So you identify a high risk as not being able to pay your bills. And basically what you said is that you would take the time to find a job.
Absolutely. And ask for help. That's the biggest thing. Asking for help is the biggest thing. Because without what's that? Everybody needs a lending hand, and everybody is.
But why didn't you think you needed a job before?
Why didn't I question it? Because the amount, like I said, me being younger than I am, I'm in my 30s. Me being younger than I am now, me being older than I am now, basically showed me like, dang, I gave the system 14 years because of a figment. That's all it is, a figment of basically chasing something that, but at the end result, cost me years of my life that I can never get back, years of my son life. And that's the difference before the adversity struck and I couldn't handle it. I can ask for help now. And I will, Wisman.
So you want to go to your friend's house in Norwalk, and your social support is your girlfriend and your family, and you have an offer of employment with your uncle at its plumbing company?
The plumbing job, yes. That'll be preferably a part-time, which my uncle will provide their own paperwork, and basically he's gonna put me on his payroll. And then the loading in trucks is really a morning shift job. So it'd be 4:30 in the morning to 5:30 at night. 5:30 at night, which I will be loading for Walmart, any corporation. That'll be my job, just loading and unloading. So that's
you
what
want to go work at a warehouse?
Basically, yeah, that's what it is. A warehouse with my uncle. That he actually owns a truck, so he gets the contract right there and then.
You know, Mr. DeJesus, I'm gonna say, I'm glad you participated in programs. But I have to tell you, you're rated out very high because of your criminal history and the fact that you violated both probation and special parole just does not sit well with me. But I'm going to pass it on back to the chair. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Councilor Zappa, do you have any follow-up?
So I see all of the factors, the very high risk to recidivate, the seriousness of the charges. But I will say it does appear that you put some effort and thought into today's presentation. And you've given us more in terms of what you've learned from the programs than what we usually see. So that has definitely influenced me a little bit, Mr. DeJesus. It appears that you've used your time wisely and that you've actually been looking for reasons to overcome the adversity that you've spoken about. You said that you've spent 14 years incarcerated, and I'm assuming that number is over time in all of your sentences?
Yes, me being behind bars, sitting in a cell, and then behind the jail bars.
And your son is only 16.
16 years old.
And so I've done the math on that, and I'm assuming you've done the math on that as well.
2 years. 2 years of his life that I was only out there for. And that I can never get. I can't give it back. I basically can't be there for them. But what I would like to do is the future.
So part of the struggle here is, as well as you've presented today, I look at where you were in Bridgeport Correctional and still attempting to make a drug deal, at which point it reads that there's police intervention, 2 people are injured, and 1 person subsequently dies from those injuries. So just, and I know that was several years ago, but talk to me about you've already been picked up, you're incarcerated in Bridgeport, and you're using your time at that time to get people to do your bidding on the outside in order to get a deal done. Talk to me about what was happening for you then.
Basically, I got incarcerated and I ended up getting a late warrant. So I ended up getting basically charged for another cell charge. So me bonding out and wasting that time, and by the holidays, I wasn't thinking, and I was just so, excuse my language, stupid, ignorant, and young-minded that I just did an irrational judgment call, and basically said, I don't need anything of this sort. Please get me out. And I gotta live with that pain because I inflicted harm to somebody because of my actions, and I will always have to live with that pain. You know, because that person was a close friend. Excuse me. That person was a close friend, and not only that, he had his own family. So my stupidity and ignorance cause harm to another person. And that being said, like, I try not to reflect on that, you know, because it's a touching moment. So I try not to reflect on it. But that's all it was, just a poor judgment call, and being young and naive, and basically trying to rush home to my son and forgetting about anything else but my selfish needs. So that's what
How
that
old were
was.
you? How old were you at that time?
It's 22, I think, 21.
Okay. In terms of the books that you had sent into, which one was your favorite?
Well, knowing that I'm gonna further my education, either whatever the outcome is out here, I'm still gonna further my education on the CDL. But English literature taught me so much. It taught me how to, it taught me basically grammar. It taught me more than what I know, and it taught me basically how to improvise and how to improvise and basically certain scenarios. Know everything that I didn't know, because I didn't go to school when I was young. So anything that I didn't learn before, that taught me a lot. I was missing out on a lot, and if I would have went to school, I would have never been here. So that brought that. But the CDO is what I really am interested in putting my all into, because I already have my license and I really got supporting cash right now to help me in that scenario.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? No. Okay. All right, Mr. DeJesus, we do not have any additional questions, so we'll deliberate now and give you our decision in just a moment.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Great. Ms. Chance?
So, I do have to give Mr. DeJesus some credit for, writing out his statement and, talking about reevaluating himself and choosing to separate himself during incarceration and work on his rehabilitation by his participation in programs. And he did complete the Tier 4. He's in aftercare, and he did the Alternative to Violence, Basic and Advanced. All of these occurred last year, with the exception of Voices, which he finished in July of 2023. He is currently in the PEP, which I don't understand. There's some discrepancy about whether he is or he isn't. He says he is. And he has, identified a release plan, which includes going to a friend house, volunteering at the Boys and Girls Club, and will work 2 jobs. One may be a part-time job working with his uncle, and identify wanting to go to a warehouse to work while he attends CDL. And he did acknowledge that, he wants to be a responsible citizen. But I realize that those are all good, positive things, but just in, looking back on his criminal history about selling drugs and guns, and while in jail, he's asking his friends to sell guns so that they can bail him out. And he was on, for his current offense, which he's serving time, he was on special parole. And I think this was his second violation on special parole. And he was also serving probation at the time. So those are pretty serious offenses, and I would like to get some input from both of my colleagues.
I agree with everything that panel member Chance has said in terms of the criminal history and what's happened in the past, as well as the fact that he was returned with charges. However, I think that I'm willing today to draw a line in the sand in terms of offender change. And we've had a lot of cases today. And we were almost willing to take a chance on someone who had done an infantile amount of preparation as compared to what Mr. DeJesus has done. So if we are going to commit to offender change, I think that today I've seen it with him, with the number of programs he's done, with how he's occupied his other time when he was not in programming, his lack of disciplinary reports, but more importantly, the thought and care that he put into preparing a statement and telling us where he saw his change occurring, whether it was the tier 4, the challenges of those 211 rules, or the strategies from voices, or the remorse he felt with actually contributing to the death of a friend and the violence, and then acknowledging that in his environment, he didn't realize until taking alternatives to violence, the impact to victims. He's also in aftercare and has taken other elective programs. So today my stance is with respect to the severity of the criminal history and the charges, I am willing to give Mr. DeJesus a chance.
Thank you. So I agree with both my colleagues. I do hear some offender change with Mr. DeJesus. I think he's done some good programming that has promoted that offender change. Although, you know, I'm looking at the fact that he was on special parole. He was on special parole for less than 2 years of the 5-year term that he had before he violated. And I don't know how many times he violated, but Ms. Chance had an opportunity to take a look at that. And this isn't the first. He was also on probation at the time. Probation was terminated. So it's troubling to me that Mr. DeJesus had a lot of resources available to him, and he chose not to take advantage of any of them, including employment. Instead, he chose to sell drugs and as a means to support himself. You know, so here we find ourselves today. He has a 9-year, basically almost a 10-year sentence. He scores very high for risk to recidivate. I do want to I think we all want to give him credit. He has no disciplinary reports. He does have a reasonable release plan. I think for me, the best I could do for Mr. DeJesus today is maybe bring him back. He's still doing aftercare. Well, it looks like he's going to finish aftercare this month. Yeah. He did do alternatives to violence. I agree he's done some good programming. But the fact that he was on special parole and the fact that he was on probation at the same time violated both of them. To me, and his risk score is very high.
Excuse me.
You can't say anything.
Okay. So I do think the best I could do for Mr. DeJesus is maybe bring him back. Maybe he can do, well, he's doing people empowering people is what we think. Honestly, I don't know.
What's left on his wait list? Good intentions or whatever it's called now.
Yeah, that's new thoughts, right?
New thoughts.
New thoughts. You know, he's taken tier 4, yet he denied he had a drug problem.
I had that conversation.
He says he's, so although I'm not, we couldn't be happier that he's in tier 4. I question what he's actually gleaned from it.
I believe that.
Yeah. So I don't know. Ms. Chan, what are your thoughts about a rehear? And if we give him because his end of sentence date is not till 2029. So there's a lot of time there. We want to give him some credit for what he's done today. I think that's important. But I don't, the fact that he was on special parole and had violations and probation is concerning to me.
It is to me, and
his special parole ends in March next month. So if we bring him back in say a year, he would then be going out on discretionary parole. He'd be all done with special parole. It would only be discretionary parole that was available to him.
And I want to tell you something. When Mr. DeJesus came up back in September of 2018, I was on his hearing, and we granted him discretionary parole. And it was a 15 years with 7 years followed by the 5 years of probation. And he scored very high on that. But, that didn't stop him. We gave him the opportunity then because we believed in him. But here we are today again. And that was in October of 2018. What's today? February of 2025. In deference to you, Madam Chair, I would be willing to bring him back. I don't know if a year would be enough, but
I mean, if we brought him back in a year, that would give him, if he was appropriate to go out on discretionary parole, we'd give him 3 years roughly on discretionary parole. He'll be earning good time still. He gets no disciplinary reports. He could have a job while he's at the facility.
Right.
Maybe do a parenting class, maybe work on further his education a bit. Perhaps he'll get into those vocational programs he's hoping for.
I say he needs to get a job assignment.
That was awesome. What do you think about that?
I think that's a good plan.
Okay. So, current offense committed while on special parole and probation.
Yes, and I had criminal history.
Okay. And 1 year makes it May 2026. So in the matter of Samuel DeJesus, 360-819, is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: criminal history, current offense committed while on probation and on special parole. We'd also like to have Mr. DeJesus' case reheard in May 2026, at which time we'd like him to remain DR free, do any additional positive programs available to him, and including either vocational training and get a job. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. DeJesus, we do see you making very good progress forward. However, we need to see a little bit more.
Thank you for your advice.
You're welcome. Good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Samuel DeJesus, 360-819. Right here. Good afternoon. My name is Parole. Good afternoon, Mr. Purvis. Hold on a minute, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, February 21st, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon. If I state their names of the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
I'm Ellen Zappo Sasser.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Chevalier Purvis, inmate number 388718.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Terrell Purvis, 388718. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 6 years jail, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent, narcotic substance, possession of controlled substance, first offense, and interfere with officer resistance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 16, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed to show the offender has completed alternative to violence and is currently working as a barber in the facility. He's in school for his GED and is participating in Tier 2, which ends in March of 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Purvis, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to, I stand before the board today. Just want to say, I'm sorry for the crime that I committed. I also want to thank the members of the board for giving me and allowing me the opportunity to re-enter in my community. I'm very appreciative to present my statement that I have prepared on my behalf. I am totally aware that the legal system is designed to maintain justice and public safety. Ever since the day I've been incarcerated, I've acknowledged and admitted and take full responsibility of being accountable for my actions and my unexpected actions. I want to say I'm sorry to my community and my family for my wrongdoing, pain, embarrassment that I brought upon the family for my wrongdoing, and to the family name because of my criminal thinking and selfish ways. Through the love and support of my family, I'm very grateful. I want to say I'm sorry to the system for coming back, but I'm also appreciative for allowing me the chance to go to school. I've been incarcerated before, but I never took the steps of trying to get my GED or ever doing anything for myself. I reached 40-some years old. I'm tired of coming through this. I've been mentored through my barber instructors, Mr. J. Majors and Mr. Johnson. Mr. Majors came and talked to me, and I was one of the barbers that stuck out to him. So he said something to me that stuck with me. He was telling me that it was all right to change, that it was more ways than being in the streets, and that he was in the same clothing that I'm in now. So he know that he's seen my work and seen how serious I take barbering. It should have been something I should have done ever since I was 16 years old. I just ended up hanging around the wrong crowd, and I take accountability for that also. I do have a job opportunity and an immediate employment waiting for me at Travelers America, a truck stop I used to work at. The last time I was incarcerated, I worked for them guys. But I also want to take my barbering serious. I'm going to put in employment for barbering also. And hopefully eventually that I'll own my own shop, my own beauty salon, my own supply store to get barbering stuff. I'm also now in the training of doing cleansing the face. That's something that we have just started in a new chapter, and that's something that I can't wait to get home and start doing, because a lot of barbershops and a lot of salons don't offer that service. So I'll probably be the community that I want to go back to. I'll probably be the only one that offered that service.
What was that service? Sorry.
That's okay. What was that service, Mr. Purvis?
Doing facials.
Oh, okay.
It's a cosmetologist, so they teach us the whole thing. Like, we also cut women hair. We also do nails. So,
sounds like a very well-rounded program. So, Mr. Purvis, we want to make sure that we have time to get to all the questions that we have for you today.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we have a sense of where you're at the facility. So if you don't mind, we'd like to go forward with the questioning.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that good? Okay.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Ms. Sasso is going to begin with the questions this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Purvis, we listened to your opening statement and we appreciate your comments. And we're going to ask you a series of questions. But before we do that, I want to go back to October 11th of 2018, when the Danbury police raided that apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
The way the police report reads is troubling because there's two things that stand out to me. One is that it wasn't the first time that that particular apartment had been raided by the Danbury police. So it was a known hive of drug activity, and it was actually across the street from a daycare. So could you just give us a few minutes of explanation about your involvement with your co-defendant and what was happening in that apartment on Bank Street?
That day, I was there doing, I take accountable that I was there doing the wrong thing. I had just lost my mother on Valentine's Day, which also I like to take a break for a second, also tell you that I lost my mother on Valentine's 2018, and I had a granddaughter that was born last week on Valentine's. But at that time when I was at the house, I was there. I was there doing the wrong thing, man. I shouldn't have been there. And that was something that I made a promise to my mother that I wasn't going to do that no more. And I lied to myself and her, and I went there to that house, and they came there.
Well, apparently it was a well-known address for drug activity within the city.
Yes, ma'am. I also was familiar that that was a drug area. So that was somewhere that I went to hide. I went to do my stuff there, ma'am.
Okay. I think it's important that you take accountability for that. So I appreciate you doing that. It involved the sale of drugs to the community, which obviously is a huge problem in every city. But you were also using at the same time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's try to get to a more positive vein and tell me about Tier 2, which you're in right now and set to finish, and explain to me how that's helping you.
I understand that the legal system is designed to maintain justice and public safety. I have to get out of my criminal thinking ways. I have to grow, and I say a grow is getting rid of my old ways. I'm grateful to be in the classroom. I like it. It gives me another outlook on life. Like the day that I was at the house, now it all reflects back to me, and I understand that I can't get like that anymore. It has taught me techniques to de-escalate the way that I think, to thinking that, okay, I can run to this to get over this, but I need to attend meetings. The next time I feel like that, I will try to join the AA. I will call my big brother, my big sister. I take notes in that class now. So everywhere I go, I got a piece of paper and a notepad to try to take notes and go back and study what I've learned. And that was 7 years ago. It was scary to me a while ago when you said the date and at the house. Like, I'm just glad that it's over, and I just want to get past it.
How far along are you in your GED effort?
I take 2 tests on March the 4th. Those will be my last 2. I'm going to take my social studies and my science the same day. Mathematics was my hardest one, but I taught a new pathway to doing math also. A show that I watch every day is Young Sheldon. He loves math. He reminds me of my grandson, and I just love math.
So the reports that we read said that you have 3 adult children.
Yes, ma'am.
And how is your relationship with your children? Are they somebody that you would consider supports?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, my granddaughter my youngest daughter just had her first child last Friday on Valentine's Day. My son have 3 kids. I talk to him all the time. I gotta guide him and tell him, like, just keep working, keep doing, don't do what I did, thinking that you can take the criminal thinking and try to sell drugs, doing this. Like, I don't want you to go through that. It's better off being broke. And I pray with him, and his girlfriend got a good job. So that's what helps him, and he don't have to go through the things that I'm going through. But I call him every day. He's my best friend. I heard him telling, I was on the phone with him, and somebody asked him who was he talking to. He said, I'm on a jail call. They said, who are you on the jail call with? He said, I'm talking to my best friend. They said, who is that? He said, my father. So, but I've been guiding him. I just want to get home to my grandkids. They miss me.
You know, Mr. Purvis, you talked about losing your mother on Valentine's Day and the birth of your granddaughter, but there's another milestone in the month of February as well. And that was 30 years ago, was when you committed your first offense in North Carolina during the month of February. So 30 years has gone by since that misdemeanor larceny charge that you caught on February 11th of 1995.
I was young. I grew up as a child in the projects. My brother left me, he went to the Navy, and I started hanging around the wrong crowd, and I know better. I grew up, I was raised by my grandmother. She had 14 kids. I was the only grandchild that she ever raised. And I knew better than knowing that. And that was very embarrassing also.
What brought you to Connecticut?
I have a lot of family in Connecticut. My uncle used to run a cleaning business, and he lost that in 2007. And ever since then.
Okay, it says that, just a couple more questions. It says that you started using marijuana when you were a teenager. And then
Yes.
when did you start using cocaine daily? How old were you? Were you 14 that as well?
Yeah, 14 to
Yeah.
30.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then my last question is, as we look at all of these factors, can you tell me what happens with the patch for your ticket that you caught in 2023?
That was a misunderstanding. I tried to talk with Deputy Moore the other day about that, and I was showing him that that medical didn't put it in my file, so I didn't know that once I get one patch, I had to turn another patch in, and they was just giving them to me. So, and I didn't know that I had to turn one in. I wasn't aware of that. And the lady gave me a search, and she said that she found them on my bunk. I didn't give her no problems about it. It was supposed to be a Class A ticket. They seen the way that I went about it. They seen that I never disobeyed no officers. I never hang around the wrong crowd. If anything, I try to mentor other people. So a lot of people were shocked when that happened to me. So when I went back to see my provider, I told him what had happened. He left a note in my file. And he didn't let me get no more patches. So now I get the cream, the aspirin cream that has the lidocaine in it. So that's what I use now.
Why we ask the questions is for clarification.
I wanted to make sure that I showed it to Mr. Moore, and I was upset that he didn't take it in consideration because I was scared you guys might bring it up to me. And he said, no, that's been too long. That's nothing to worry about, Mr. Purvis. And I said, okay. So
Yeah, and
but
I think
I wanted to bring it and show it to you that it had my name on it. And but yes, ma'am.
That's fine. I appreciate your explanation, and I'm just going to draw, the parallel to the way you handled that situation versus us seeing, and interfering with an officer and resisting arrest. Those are the choices that you have to make, and your behaviors.
I have to thank AVP also, like that taught me a lot. It taught me to really think about things. Like I know that every action, if it's a negative action, then you're going to have consequences. So.
And actually, just one last question that I skipped. You had done a couple of outpatient programs with Wellmore and I think MCCA. Were you successful? Were you successful in those programs? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what happened after that? Those were in 2014 and 2019.
Yes, ma'am. Those were the 2018 date that they came to the house. That was the last time that I used cocaine. So, I've, every day that I was just introduced at it when I was 14, but I never like really liked it there. I just, when I got around the wrong people or when I went through a bad relationship or something, at this time now, the last time I was incarcerated, I went home. I didn't have a significant other. This time I've incarcerated and I do have a significant other that I have to think about it on their behalf too. I have a support system. She's my support system. So, and I never want to embarrass her. I had to talk to her and tell her what was going on with my case. And that was like, she never knew. It just so happened one day I was called in 2022 and told that I had to be to court the next day. And that's when she found out.
Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
So I do not have any follow-up questions, Mr. Purvis. I think you've covered just about everything.
I don't have any
Chance?
either.
Okay. I think Mr. Purvis did a nice job answering your questions.
Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Purvis, we're going to deliberate about your case now. So just sit tight and we'll give you our answer in just a minute or two.
Yes.
Yes, so I think Mr. Purvis, I agree, did a very nice job today. He has, 3 drug-related charges. He has done some significant work in the time that he's been incarcerated during this period. He is about to finish tier 2 and has shown some insights with that. The alternatives to violence, he's occupied himself with the barbering piece and he's close to receiving his GED. He explained his ticket, which I thought was a rational explanation. And he has a job set up with a release plan that appears to have the necessary components of community support and the work piece and the full-time employment. He's mentioned a halfway house if necessary, and has been clear that he needs to avoid the triggers that he's outlined, including the old neighborhood and things like that. So I feel confident in saying that maybe we can do something for Mr. Purvis today.
I would agree with you. I think that Mr. Purvis has shown great insight into his behaviors. There's definitely elements of offender change in our meeting with him today. He wants to, I have a release plan to go to a halfway house.
Yes.
I think he has skills as a barber. He can go out and work as a barber or work where he says. So I also had going out. I had as a condition just halfway house and no contact with co-defendant Christopher Maloney.
Yeah, that's all I have.
That's all I have as well, although I would encourage Mr. Purvis to engage in as many programs as he could while out in the community so that, no offense, the next time I see you, I'd like to be getting a facial, not sitting here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Mr. Purvis, you would do well going to a program called C-Card in the community. It's a nice sober community where you'd find yourself with good support and mentoring, which you seem to have flourished with. So just to confirm, the parole date is May 16, 2025. Oh, great. So in the matter of Chevalier Purvis, 388718, there's a motion to grant parole on or after May 16th, 2025 with the following conditions: halfway house placement and no contact with co-defendant Christopher Maloney. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. So Mr. Purvis, finish that tier 2 program. You should be done with it before your parole date.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Terrell Purvis 388718. You'll receive all this in writing, okay, Mr. Purvis?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Okay, so
Hi, Mr. Souffront, how are you?
How you doing? Good
We're about to
afternoon.
begin, okay?
All right. Okay.
You can sit down.
Oh, have a
Okay.
seat.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelling. Today is Friday, February 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and by state their names on the record certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zabo Sasser.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
My name is Christian Souffront-Soler, 414214.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Christian Souffront-Soler, 414214. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years of probation for 2 counts of possession with intent to sell dispensed narcotics. As of today, records reflect a past eligibility date of May 18, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on July 12, 2024. He was denied parole with the hearing date was set for January of 2025. I recommended the inmate complete the Detention Services Program to be determined by DOC and refrain from incurring any disciplinary reports prior to his next hearing. Since his last hearing, Mr. Souffront-Soler has completed Tier 4, Alternative to Violence and Alternative to Violence Advanced, and he's currently participating in the Intensive After Program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system score, the offender overall score for recidivism falls within the high range. Mr. Souffront-Soler, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
May I read a letter to you?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by apologizing for my actions that led me to being incarcerated. And before the board today, I want you to know that what I have done under the influence of drugs and also bad judgment while enduring do not reflect on the person that I am today. Despite my mistake, I am a man making it my mission to move forward in my life with positive changes. During my incarceration, I have completed Tier 4 program and kept myself out of trouble, ticket free. And on the road to rehab. I understood that a change in my life had to be made, and I couldn't do it alone. Although many can see incarceration as a negative, expressive experience, I saw it as a chance to look beyond myself and really reflect on my flaws that continue to head me down the wrong path. And here I stand today, a man who is now truly representing the family who loves, support, and vouch for me to be the person that they know I could always be. A law-abiding citizen ready to make his mark inside society productively, with plans of working and following up with programs out in the free world that would help me continue this narrow road. I know it won't be easy, but I am certain it will be worth it. I owe it to myself, my family, and my community. All I ask is to have a second chance to do so by being granted parole today. Regardless of the outcome, I will continue to want these things for myself, and I will continue to adapt in ways that will make me the change I want to be in my life. Thank you for your time.
Well done. Very well done. Did you write that yourself?
I got help.
Good, good. You did a nice job reading it and presenting it. Those sound like though your thoughts.
Thank you.
Yes. So you've been very busy since the last hearing.
Yes, I have.
Yes. You have been very busy. So how do you think you've done with those programs, the new programs that you did?
I done good. I was doing good. Stay out of trouble.
You did very well. Hmm?
I made sure I did everything right.
How does that feel?
It feels good for the first time.
You feel like you'll be able to continue doing that when you're home in the community?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Tell me about this Tier 4 program that you took. What did you like best about it?
Oh, responsibility. And I can't say that word right, but taking responsible for the things that you have done.
Accountability?
Yes.
Okay. So you learned about responsibility and taking accountability. Okay. What did you learn that you need to do when you're home to stay out of trouble, to stay away from drugs?
Keep going to programs like NA and have a nice, stable place with my family, and don't go to the friends I had before.
Okay. All right. Not the old friends that you were getting into trouble with.
I'm not going to be around them.
Okay. All right. And you're in the aftercare program now?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me one or two things that you like about that.
I like about that it keep me in the narrow and straight way of free drugs.
Good. Good. So I heard you say a few minutes ago that you're going to go to programs. Have you thought about what program you might look for in the community?
NA, like Connecticut Renaissance.
Hmm? All right. Are you going to Waterbury?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard about CCAR?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to encourage you to look up that program too.
All right, ma'am.
I think you'll find good people there.
All right. Thank you.
All right. And you're able to get back to your Social Security when you release?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And why do you want to work at Whole Foods?
Cause I like working with people, like helping people get their groceries, bring it to their car. That was my very first job in high school.
Okay, yeah, and they hire people who are just released. So that's a good place to start. You also did the Alternative to Violence program.
I like that. I
Yeah,
like it.
What did you like about it?
It's like you could put yourself in people and they choose the people that you hurt.
So, you know, I think you've done very well. I think you've came back before the board. You didn't have any troubles. You said you stayed motivated, so you didn't have any problems. You did 2 excellent programs, the Tier 4 program and the Alternative Violence program, 2 excellent programs. And it sounds like you learned.
I did it on my own, the second one.
The Alternative to Violence program?
Yes.
Yes, you. I'm glad and I'm happy to see you took that initiative to want to even do more things. So we want you to continue that in the community. Your mother says you can go back and live with her?
Yes.
Okay. And anything else?
No.
No? Okay. So I think you've done really well. We don't want to see you back here again. Don't want you selling drugs when things become difficult, using drugs.
I won't.
All right. Remember, there's lots of people to help you in the community. You don't have to go that way.
Yes, I know. And I got them too.
And you what?
And I got them.
Good. I'm a patient. Yep. And you have 3 years of probation. You'll have a little bit of parole. So a lot of people to ask questions and help you out.
All right. Thank you.
As long as you're doing the right things.
I am. I made sure I'm gonna do the right thing.
We're happy to hear that. Ms. Chance, any follow-up?
I don't have any because I was on his original docket. So I think he has done excellent. And I'm going to support him.
Thank you.
Today.
And Ms.
No questions. I support as well.
Okay. All right. So we're going to grant you parole today because you did really well. You not only did what the other panel wanted you to do, but it does sound like you learned from it and and then you actually took the initiative and did more to help you.
Thank you.
So in the matter of Christian, Souffront-Soler, 414-214, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today, February 21st, 2025, with conditions. I had mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no contact with co-defendants, Javier Pagan, Dole Cruz, and Noel Torres.
All right.
Anything else? No. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? So you can't hang with any of those people from your arrest.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Souffront-Soler.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Christian.
You're all done.
414. 214. You'll receive all this in the mail.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No.
All right, Mr. Tran, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're ready to go. Madam Chair.
All set, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Scully. Today's Friday, February 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and by state their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
My name is Peter Tran, 408-489.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Peter Tran, 408-489. He is serving a sentence of 6 years jail flat for possession with intent of narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 30th, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed tier 4 and remains on the wait list for a job in vocational education. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Tran, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
I'd like to say good afternoon to the parole board. I know this is my second time going up to parole, and since I've been incarcerated, I completed tier 4, and what I've learned in tier 4 was, not sure what I learned in tier 4 was taking accountability, preparation, responsibilities, and learning different solutions. Me being incarcerated during this time from my last sentence that I was incarcerated, I did not take advantage of no opportunities. I didn't do nothing to show improvement, nothing that I didn't take no tools that I learned while I was incarcerated to the outside society. I had help from special parole, trying to help me to get a job and help me to move forward onto my life. And I literally did not take full of it. I did not take no advantage. I didn't do nothing at all. And I feel ashamed of myself that I did not complete nothing at all when I was out there. So when I be talking to my mother, talking to my father, sometimes I'd be ashamed that I don't have nothing going on for myself. I keep coming in and out of jail. I'm tired of being a mess up. Like when I was just home, I had good stuff going on for myself. My dad helped me get an apartment. I was living with him. He moved to the first floor. I had my own apartment upstairs on the 3rd floor, and I choose to mess up. I know it's not the right thing to do. I could have just worked at the nail salon with my mom, my sister, because that's what they do, work at the nail salon. I could also work with my father as hardware floor. He work in a warehouse job right now while I'm speaking. And he keep telling me that I can go home to him and work with him. I never had a job. The only job I had when I was 13 years, like when I was 16 years, 17 years old at PF Chang's. And ever since then, I never had a job. I take full accountability for everything I did. I don't want to go back to selling drugs. I do not want to go back to the streets. If I am granted parole, I would like to get help. I have a problem of getting scared. Like I be nervous when I'm out there in the streets and I don't have no type of support system, and I feel like everybody's against me, but I do have a support system and I don't know how to take fully advantage of it. So now that me being incarcerated this time, I learned that both of my parents are here for me. I also have a boy now, a little child that I never met. I only met him through video. He need a father, and I'm tired of coming in and out of jail. I'm tired of being a fuck up. I'm literally so tired of this.
Mr. Tran, I'm gonna put you on language discipline, right?
I'm sorry,
We're live
I'm sorry.
streaming, so no swear.
I'm so sorry, excuse my language, I'm just tired of being a mess up, but if you guys
Right.
grant me parole today, I will do my best. I'm going to do my best, and you guys will not see me back incarcerated again.
All right. Well, Mr. Tran, you said a lot of things in that opening statement. A lot of things that we probably had questions about, right? Why were you not working? Why were you on special parole and not taking advantage of all the opportunities that somebody your age would have had? The young people, they go out of their way. There's so many services. So, you know, I do, for me, I appreciate that you admit that you just didn't take advantage of them. So, but Ms. Chance is going to start with the questions this afternoon. And when she's done, if we have any follow-up questions, and then we'll deliberate.
So, Mr. Tran, how many times have you violated special parole?
Like coming back in jail, this is my
Going
second.
back out, yes.
This is my second time violating special parole.
Okay. And how many years special parole were you given originally back in 2020?
10 years.
Okay. So I want to ask you something that's been puzzling me. You completed the Tier 4 program on September 30th, 2024.
Yes.
Did you get a disciplinary report on December 20th, 2024 for an intox ticket?
Yes.
You see where I'm going with this,
Absolutely.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
What are you currently serving time for on your new sentence?
Selling drugs.
So you, in your opening comments to the chair, you talk about when you're in the community of being nervous and having no support, but you do have your parents. And they sound to me like they're hardworking parents.
Yes, they are.
And you are 28 years old, right?
Yes.
So when do you grow up, Mr. Tran?
I need to grow up now before it's too late, and I'll be in and out of jail my whole life, and this is not what I want.
Right. So you were selling drugs, right?
Yes.
Why would you prefer to sell drugs as opposed to working and knowing that your parents have set good example for you?
I was a follower, following all the wrong crowds and the wrong people, and I thought that was cool, and I thought that was the right thing to do. And now that I realize being incarcerated for the second time is not what I want, and this is not what my son wants, because he needs a father.
How old is the son that you don't know?
My son turned 2, and I do know him. I have been talking to him ever since he came out 2 years old.
So your most current sentence, they gave you 6 years flat.
Yes.
Why do you think they did that?
They gave me 6 years flat because they see that I sent drugs through the mail, and I put everybody else at risk. I put the packet under my father's name. And me looking at it now, it's like, if I just brainstorm and use my brain in literally the right things, I know I can get it right, instead of putting myself thinking about all the negative things and trying to do it negative.
Do you have a job assignment at the facility?
Excuse me, say it again?
Do you have a job assignment?
Not at the moment, but I was in school and then I caught that intoxication DR ticket.
So on your OAP, which is your offender accountability program, there is vocation, education, and a job. Okay? And you haven't done any of those. And on your last 3 community releases, you failed all of them. You took the tier 4, and here you are. You received a ticket almost 3 months after.
Type 4 accountability is no excuse. I was out.
What is your problem? You didn't think tier 4 taught you just to take accountability?
Not tier 4 helped me, and I made wrong decision that time. I was going through a death. I know it's not no excuse. I was weak at that moment, and I should have never did it. Now that I realize that I did it, that I could affect a lot of stuff that I got going on for myself. So I regret everything.
Someone died that you knew?
Yes, my grandma. I lost my grandma on the 18th of December, and I have got an intoxication on the 20th. And when I was sitting in the box, I regret everything, because off one split a second, I could literally lose it and come right back to jail, just like the world. If I choose to go down this street, I can lose it all. But if I choose to go through the right path, I can go through the right path. But just a blink of a second, like a quick second, could literally reflect me back to risking everything and losing everything.
So, you know, your charges are like assault, reckless endangerment, and threatening second. So why are you assaulting someone and threatening someone?
The reason, it was a miscommunication, but I should have never got like that and was threatening the person. It was a girl that I was currently in a relationship with, and I regret everything I did. And I don't speak to her no more at all, but I regret it. And I know that wasn't the right thing to do. I should have just avoided it and just ignored it. I just got mad one day and I just threatened her. I know I should have never did.
You know, what I want to say to you, Mr. Tran, is that for me, it doesn't look good for you today, because you didn't have a job. You had parents who gave you opportunity for a job. You were out on special parole the first time, and you acknowledged the parole officer was trying to help you get into a program and get a job. So when you got the new charge, you were brought back on a revocation, and you were held in for, I think, 6 months, and then you were re-paroled. Yes, you served 6 months. And then you go back out and you come back now because you went back to selling drugs. So for me, Mr. Tran, concerning, you did the Tier 4 program, and then a couple months after, and yes, I know your grandmother died, but you could have reached out to a CEO or someone asking if there's anyone that you could speak with, and would have offered some help to you, the same as what your parents, your hardworking parents, would have done. So I'm going to pass it on to Madam Chair. I have no further questions, and I appreciate you answering mine.
Thank you.
So Mr. Tran, you were on special parole for assault 1. I went back and I looked. You did the TRUE program. You did a lot of good programs when you were in on that assault 1. And then you come out and you're not working. You know you have special parole is still running. So you have special parole until 2030. So if we did, let me make sure you understand the situation you've put yourself in. You have an end of sentence date on this charge in December 2027, approximately, right?
Yeah.
We could keep you incarcerated beyond that end of sentence date to finish your special parole while you're incarcerated. Did you understand that when you came back in?
Yes,
Okay, all right. So you know that the stakes are very high for you.
yes,
You had 2 violations of your special parole. So, you know, with all these disciplinary reports, with the fact that you were on special parole, you know, it's unlikely that you'll get parole today. However, I would encourage you to continue to do programs while you're there. For such a young person, this is a very, very harsh record that you have. And so there's opportunities for you to continue your education, maybe get some employment skills through a job at the facility, to maybe do some more programming. Almost everybody we've had today has done the Alternatives to Violence program and spoke very highly of it. So I'm just giving you food for thought.
yeah, now I'm on a list right now. I got the paper that I'm on a list. I'm on a list for all that.
I'm so happy to hear that. I am very happy to hear that. Are you doing smart recovery?
So far, when I was doing this smart recovery, the facilitator had went to a different jail, so they don't do smart recovery no more.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe it'll come back, but maybe you can do AA meetings because you had 18,000 pills that you were getting ready to sell. Do you know how many people in the community that would affect? Do you know the widespread harm, the deaths that could have been caused by that?
Yes.
I think you really need to take a step back and kind of figure out what your steps are going to be in life. You have a child. Yeah. Good parents, as Ms. Chance has pointed out, you said so. So, you know, we want what's best for you. But for today, you know, you have some more work to do. Okay, I think you know that. You're smart enough to know that.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Applesasso, any follow-up?
Just one follow-up question. Mr. Tran, where did you find the $16,000 to send to Arizona to purchase those pills?
Selling drugs is the money I made selling drugs, and I invest. Well, my lawsuit, I caught a lawsuit, and I made wrong decisions that I know I should have never made.
You know, you can almost start a business from a startup perspective with $16,000.
You're absolutely right.
The only other quick thing, in the police report, it also stated that there was some ammunition found during their search. Was that yours?
Yes, it was at my house. Yep, it was mine.
Were there guns that go with that ammunition?
No guns,
Just ammunition.
just ammunition.
What do you do with just ammunition without guns?
There's somebody else, but it's mine, so it's at my house. I should have never taken it from anybody. I know, so I got to shoot in my last case. Someone got shot in the last case. Shouldn't be nowhere near any firearms.
Okay. Yes, there is a registry component for you. Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
All right. So I do not have Mr. Tran going out to discretionary parole today. Does anybody?
I do not. It's just sad that he did complete the tier 4, but ended up getting that DR. The question that we have is whether we EOS him to his end of sentence or his special parole.
Well, special parole, yeah, my recommendation is end the sentence.
Okay,
That's
so
12/25/7.
Yes,
And then his special parole will end 12/17/30.
20/30, yeah. So he'll still have about 3 years.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Okay.
So we'll need a minute.
I have it right here.
Oh, you do?
You do. So I had, poor institutional adjustment, term offense committed while on special parole, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Right.
Anything else? Okay, and then we need to set conditions for special parole. So
yes.
his prior conditions were no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. There were victims on the assault one, a JM, an AB, and a WT. And then there was a co-defendant, a J-Sling Rivera, on the current offense.
Right.
Is that the mother of your child?
No.
No.
Okay. And then there's a co-defendant on the assault one of a Joseph Tab and a Michael Squirwell. So we'll put a halfway house on there as well. Anything else? There's no domestic history. Anger management, maybe it for the assault one.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see what did I do with it? I had them.
It's right here, Troy.
Yeah, but I had the
Yeah, on the back.
Yeah.
So what did they have on that?
Michael Squirwell, no contact with the victims. There is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then they had both DV and anger management.
I don't see why they had.
But I didn't understand the DV unless it had to do with the threatening.
So, well, we'll do domestic.
I would do, yeah.
Okay. Can I have that? Because I only have 3 victims.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. In the matter of Peter Tran, 408-489, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Poor institutional adjustment, current offense committed while on special parole, inadequate evidence of offender change. We will also set the special parole conditions on his existing special parole, halfway house placement, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with victims, JM, AB, WT, and KR. No contact with co-defendants, J-Sling Rivera and Joseph Tab or Michael Squirwell. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right. All right. Do you understand all of that, Mr. Tran?
Yes, but I don't understand what you said with halfway house placement. What that means? If you don't
That
mind.
means if you need a place, if you don't have a sponsor when it's time to release, they'll be able to let you go to a halfway house.
Because
If
this
you
is
need it.
because you guys say EOS, so end of sentence.
Okay.
So
No.
I wouldn't be.
So
I
your
wanna-
end is, let me finish. I'm sorry. I've just been reminded, we need to set the end of sentence date for your special parole release, which is December 25th, 2027.
December 5th.
25, 2027.
Okay.
All right. And with all those conditions. So the same conditions pretty much that you had when you were out on special parole are the same conditions. And I added a halfway house in case you don't have a sponsor when you get out.
Okay.
All
So
right?
my EOS census would be December 5th, 2027.
December 25.
December 25,
That's the end of
25.
your that's the end of your sentence date on this current case.
Okay,
All right, then you'll go out.
2027.
Yeah, then you'll go out to your remaining years of special parole.
Okay,
All right, good luck.
all right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing of Peter Tran 408-489. Mr. Tran, you'll receive all this in writing, okay?
I'm good, right?
All right. And it concludes the hearing for today at 3:20 p.m.
You gotta have a seat, because it's got.
Good weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Will.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is it. It's already ended. Hey, I appreciate you guys tuning in. And I'll be back throughout the evening. I'm gonna be doing some Maricopa court hearings, if you will, also the Pima County. Hey, I do appreciate you guys. I am Collect Call James. You guys are watching. You have a collect call from. And if there was anybody on here that you guys feel I should clip, let me know. Drop a comment in the comments, if you will. Like I said on here, lights like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we're out. A rato.